Hello, Happy Shah. Today, we are going to be continuing this KANEM Empire run. One of the biggest struggles, there's a bunch of like OP stuff going on, but one of the biggest struggles for us is we don't start with some of the institutions, which are, stuff like feudalism and legalism have had to spread here. We are quite a bit behind on technology. I think normally I do like taxing the ulama a little bit more than we are currently, but trying to keep it around 85% satisfaction on them. Getting a little bit of tax on them. They are, if we don't tax them, that would decrease our marginal income by half. Right now we're uber overspending on colonies. Our cost of court is going to kind of come down pretty quick here. Looks like we do have a parliament, and I think we have a CB on a yo going into this here, which we are interested in utilizing to kind of expand. We have moved the capital to a place where there's greener pastures, where there's just, generally speaking, a lot more wealth here in Zazao. Probably going to be the capital for at least a little bit of time. I don't know where the best long-term capital is here. We do kind of want it to be in a relatively flat area that isn't in the jungle. Jungle's kind of pretty bad. This is kind of such a weird farmland clearing location. Maybe that's going to be a good place for a governor in Benin. A weird location. But also of note is that the tropical climate is not very good. We would prefer hot arid to tropical, giving this minus 10% development growth. We have some ideas for getting more growth. What if instead of KANEM Bornu, it was Bornu KANEM? Then when you flush the toilets, the water would go the other way. I actually don't know if this is... This is south of the equator, right? Yeah. So it already goes the other way, but not the other way if you're already here. It would be in the northern hemisphere. Maybe Zazu is a little bit of a mistake, being on the plateau. Okay. It is where a lot of the value is. I think I like it. It's also close to this gold here. Close to the gold, close to the iron. And so that's going to be good for us. Looks like we have a cabinet slot as well. Because we just finished integrating stuff, I think. Well, settling tribesmen is attractive. This is going to increase our overall proximity. We'd really like to do this once we already have more of Zazu. Same with having more of Kano here for settling the tribesmen in general. But some of the other stuff we'd like to do is kind of similar. I suppose we have a stability issue. Let's maybe go stabilize country. And that'll feel kind of okay. And then we have parliament. I think we do it in the capital here. Promote urbanization is attractive. Towns are kind of expensive. I don't know if we want the cotton towns, though. That's a bit unfortunate. A roll. I don't think we do. But with the amount of income we have, it's like 150 months worth of income. We don't have too many mines, but we could get a little bit of value out of expand mining network. We just got the ability to utilize the iron. The thing is, we don't really need a lot of... We might also just promote member of the clergy. Would like to have more clergy characters with which to choose to put into cabinet. This saves us a little bit of gold because we don't have to spend to try and roll cabinet members. In particular, from a macro perspective, we're trying to flip towards spiritualist. And also, when we do more clergy stuff, It's ineligible for you to roll the same thing 2 parliaments in a row. And by clearing out one of the things, we make it so we can't roll it next time, so we have a higher chance of getting the +10 spiritualist clergy thing. It's maybe an idea. It's probably a little bit punty. We're probably just supposed to take the town. But I don't want the town. I would actually rather the potential to see this next parliament, kind of. We don't want the town there. I think it'll just keep rolling there. Whatever metric it uses, I think it just keeps showing the same place, though, unfortunately. Alright, let's just promote a member of the clergy. And then we can contain legalism. We can contain it and then just embrace it. It's only containing the... We can already embrace it. It's only containing the additional spread. I think we go for a contain legalism. We're interested in more serfdom support. Currently backsliding. And then I think we just request additional taxes because we have a CB on the person we want to fight. And then we don't pass promote member of the clergy. Kind of a little bit underwhelming, but okay. Let's follow through on threat here. We were wanting to wait for us to have slightly higher control. Looks like we already do have slightly higher control, so we get a decent conscription out of where the new capital's at. I don't think we're gonna merc up at all. I don't think we want those 18 guys. We seriously haven't gotten to the chance to hop back onto EU5, says Wale Vargas. Since the last major update, does the game, or will the game, make a distinction between some rivers being more or less navigable now? No, there's no navigable rivers. I do think that you get a differing food bonus on the rivers, but nothing to do with navigation. I don't know if we have enough units for the possible frontage modifier to matter, but I think morale's more important than the other stuff. Maybe this guy's better. I'm gonna try and make sure that our allies don't get randomly punted here. Slow things down. Can you show control? It's not great. It's not great. It's real bad, in fact. Once we annex this guy, it'll be much better. One of the issues here for us is that there's a lot of tribesmen. And so, from proximity perspective, this really dumpsters the proximity, and penalties are really, really bad in the early game. So the fact that we're getting minus, like, close to 50% out of the capital is, like, an issue. But, like, if you look at the location wealth, there's not a ton of wealth over here anyway, so we're kind of okay with it. Maybe link up there. Perfect. This is kind of exactly what we want. Allies reinforcing here. Yeah, and we get like a stack wipe. That's crazy. Alright. Perfect. They only have 18 guys left. Alright. Let's do half the squad there. And then these guys can carpet siege everything that is not the capital province, I think. Because, or anything that doesn't have a fort, more like, but I think it's only the capital province that has a fort. Easy war, easy clap. How long do you think you'll stream today? Probably, usually shoot for about 4 hours. And we just started, so probably a while. Longer still. There's that 18 guy. First time viewer question. Is there some specific things you do when conquer territory to make it fast your own country? Yes, almost universally we are turning conquered land into subjects and then annexing those subjects later. So we've conquered all of this to the left, and then we make them into OPM subjects. A big reason why we do this is because they'll use like dev province, but they will also integrate the territory for you. And then if you culture flip them, they'll culture convert. If you religious flip them, they'll convert the religion. And so overall you get quite a bit out of subjects. It's effectively free cabinet actions to kind of set up the territory the way that you want, and also integrate for you. It's not faster, though, to kind of speak to your question with a little bit more specificity. It's not faster in the sense that you will have the territory cored and useful earlier. It's faster if you have more than one province. If you have like a dozen provinces, it's going to be faster overall, and also the territory is going to be more valuable to you. See, we're annexing one of our subjects up here. I don't know if we're full annexing this guy. I suspect we're not, and if we're not... how do we want to do this? Nupe is gonna get a decent amount of attack. So, maybe we do full annex. We would only be afraid of a three-way between Nupe, Benin, and this guy combined. If we were to annex. That guy's gonna hate our guts anyways. I think we don't have any slave centers, and this is why we're not really getting... We don't have slave... or we have some slave markets over here. I don't think we want to raid pops out over here anymore, really, so let's delete these slave markets. Maybe we kind of wanted them out there. We'll put a needle in or pin in that for now. Dutch Republic mod when? I thought about making a mod because I thought that the Dutch Republic thing was really weak. I didn't really decide on what I thought the bonus should be though. I was having difficulty trying to figure out how to output a mod, and then because I wanted to learn how to do it, and then I somehow bricked my hotkeys, and that was really annoying. It took me like 10-15 minutes to fix. What's your preference for traditional versus capital economy conflict? It's probably undulating, where super early traditional is better, then capital's better for most of the game, and then traditional's better eventually. It's like... buildings cost is a really nice modifier, though, when you stack a lot of it. And production efficiency, when you don't have that much of it, is absolutely insane. It technically is like diminishing returns, kind of, and you tend to get more of it as the game goes on, but it's still a really strong modifier. An important thing to recognize is that the production efficiency here is applying to something that, economically speaking, has a margin. So you have like 90% value on inputs, 100% on outputs, so 10% margin. Or it's not applying at the margin, it's applying at the output. So when you have 90% cost on inputs, 100% cost on outputs, your net is 10%, and when you add 20% output on top of that, it brings your net from 10% to 30%. And so the effect of production efficiency is much more profound than the effect of raw materials output. But this gives you more materials to work with as well, and decreases the price of your inputs. But in terms of the math, if you are at baseline, my understanding is that you prefer production efficiency by a lot, because this is just going to give you 20% more value on all your output. In gold, silver, also, gold, silver, iron, and wood are all pretty valuable RGOs. They all already have really huge, omega huge output bonuses, so additional raw materials output is not very useful, because you're going to be having the mercury patio for traditional economy. Or you're for gold and silver, rather. So you're going to get plus 200% output. And so going from 300% to 320% is not an enormous omega huge gain. But before you get mercury patio, boy oh boy is traditional economy good on gold. Is the goal to get to the coast? Yeah, hopefully, today. You think maxing out stab slider is worth it when you have a lot of tribesmen to promote? Stab is a lot more valuable when you have a lot of tribesmen to promote. I don't know about maxing it out. The stab slider is kind of expensive. Like, if we max it out, we'll kill a lot of our margin. But this is an idea. Also, free subjects is better. Libraries go a long way, and control goes a long way. Like, we should be promoting kind of at a... It's not as fast as we would like here. The thing that's really effective is tech. And, like, once you deal with the tribesmen, they're kind of dealt with. But, in particular, having a colonial policy, or, sorry, natives policy? Yeah, that gets rid of tribesmen. But, yeah, the paying more for stab is an idea that's probably pretty decent. Right now, most of what we want is, like, us having a lot of proximity in surrounding areas isn't as valuable as it'll be later, but kind of hoping, and maybe this is just living on a prayer, living on a dream, kind of hoping that that issue will resolve itself, more or less. Kind of don't want to take the 20 stab hit when we're negative stab here. %5 construction speed is going to be good eventually. We don't want this because we're flipping religions. Well, I mean, I guess we're taking a construction speed. What's this even do, man? That seems not very useful. Alright, we're gonna want these eventually. Take the 2 antag. But yeah, that is It's definitely much better to pay more for stab, if that's a consideration for you. What does full annex look like? Are we gonna be short? Benin is just over. Well, we can fight Benin plus Nupe, so we'll go for this. And then I think we were going towards innovative, yeah. So now we gotta clean this up a little bit. In particular, let's start by giving this guy the rest of his province. Giving Zamfara the rest of theirs. Alright, now I think what we're going to do is this province, we're going to split it between a couple people. Like 2. And look to annex those people a little bit earlier. So I think we're going to give 3 locations to this guy. Because we want them to integrate the stuff for us. And we can't make a subject out of the province where our capital's in. And then this guy, I guess we'll give a couple additional locations, the uncored stuff of this province, because we don't want to create a subject there. So that'll be good. Okay. Don't want to do this. Zazu will be given Zazu. Wow, you can give away your capital like this? It's crazy. Alright, this will be nice. We'll get claims. Do you want a 2-province subject? I don't think so. So we'll do this as a fiefdom. And then create a historical subject here. Another fiefdom. We got Borgu and Borgu. I think that'll be pretty straightforward. So this is going to be giving Oyo how many different provinces? Looks like pieces of 3. But we can also transfer them over. So let's just do this. And then could make these guys OPMs. Really don't mind the scenario where they just spin up a ton of dev on the ivory, to be honest. It does make him more of a pain in the ass to annex, though. Yeah, we'll just give him the other. Alright. It's a little bit risky to leave a guy with only one province, so we'll make a custom subject here. And then we'll give him this. And then eventually, when we make another... Actually, no, we'll just give him this. And then I guess 2 more subjects here. Making all fiefdoms, because we're gonna flip to a theocracy. And this is just a colony, so once that finishes, we should get cores or should be close to cores. What's dev at the moment? Not the best. Did you say you were going to flip religion? No, not off of Sunni. Sorry, I meant theocracy. Hey, RNG. For construction building, do you ever give up with mass building, let AI automate it? No, because I use the auto expand mod. The auto expand mod QOL fork. And so we just set things up to auto-expand, so we generally, once we set things up, we don't have to think about it again too often, but the AI builds really... Unfortunately, with the way the game mechanics work, you can build profitable buildings, and the construction of a profitable building will lose you money. And because of how this works, this means you... really don't want to overbuild stuff because you'll lose income, and so you really don't want the AI doing it because the AI punts income in that way really hard. We are Sunni. These guys are not Sunni, but that's not a problem. With theocracy, we will convert stuff really fast. Also, like the tribes and this type of stuff, these guys don't give us Dhimmi, so we actually actively really want to convert them. If we were expanding a bunch like into Catholic territory, we would probably not want to convert anyone, but because we would get access to Dhimmi. Oh, this isn't something that I hadn't considered. Legalism is going to be way cheaper as we actually annex some of these cats. Alright, I think the most valuable guy to annex next is going to be this guy. So we'll improve relations with him. And then check the antag, it's just Nupe and Benin. We'll probably go after Nupe next, or Nupe, I'm not sure. Pronunciation. Definitely not going to, like, de-urbanize this stuff, but maybe we de-urbanize the dyes here. Which ones of these are farmlands? Yeah, so these dyes might eventually get de-urbanized, so we'll try not to build too much there. This dye, because it's farmland, I think we won't. How much does this earn? 10 ducats, or 0.1 ducat. Papermakers Guild. I think Papermakers Guild does not use dyes later on. This is earning enough, and it has the dyes as the input. I think we'll go for no, we'll not go for auto expand. We're just gonna expand a couple times. I think we do have the price collapse at 30 though. We do. So we'll add a couple of those. We'll take a look. Spinners Guild really helping to make that much more profitable. It says Papermakers Guild. Paper usually... We have rice tea lumber. So we're actually going to be good for paper. Let's auto expand the paper. That'll be fine. We'll try and let the nobles expand this a little bit. So I think that's... for diplomatic education. Not gonna rival Benin yet. But I think we look to secure Benin, that way we don't have like multiple fronts, basically. See, the zealots are gonna be done soon. Having a hissy fit. Double-digit monthly surplus. Let's go. Basically, do you have any EU? Do you have EU5 has any future? Most players stop playing the game. Looks like a disappointment. I disagree. I just think like the honeymoon phase is over. I don't know. Going into release, I had like 1,500 hours played. Like for me, the honeymoon phase ended a long time ago. Like I think that not to toot my own horn, but in my review of the game, I said that like there's issues with a lot of systems, and people are going to figure that out once they play a lot, and people are kind of in the process of figuring that out. We really don't want to have this serfdom backslide. Can we do something about this? What's our worst free subjects thing? Their satisfaction's currently kind of high. Might be partial yield, to be honest. God, that sucks. Yeah, let's just get rid of this for now. Ah! I wish we had a way to get more progression towards serfdom. Banal lordship, let's go. Locked in. We slot this in also when we were having really significant food issues. Yeah. I don't think we can push Spiritualists. Or we can. Is that guy... Okay. Well, this guy strengthen government instead. And then this guy... change Spiritualist. Yeah. And then we don't mind a clergyman being the head of cabinet, because we're trying to get their power up anyways. Trying to get this up to like the low 30s. That's our colony finishing. I don't think we're going to start another one. We currently have one going. I think we're just going to constantly keep one going. So starting to make money here. Diplo cap's gonna be nice for maintaining some of this. We do want a plutocratic guy. We see that we don't have one. Unfortunate. We are idling research. Really would prefer to annex this guy before having to pay for this, but I guess we just take the 17 stab hit now. Oh, that was punty. That was my bad. I shouldn't have done that. I should have just waited. I forgot that we have all these H2 generic text to still research. Oh, we didn't even have access to pest houses. Womp womp. Government reform's really nice, though. Maybe that's okay. This isn't going to give us more food, unfortunately. Unless that modifier works very, very specially. It seems like the output modifiers do not actually increase the food output portion, just the economic output portion. But it is still free eco. We'll go for a little bit of army morale. What's this from? Western Africa? Perfect. And gifts and hostages will be fine enough for us. Let's pay a little bit more for stab. and a little bit more for dip. It's gonna help our annexation speed. I mean, if we're gonna lose it anyways. Might as well. Age of Discovery, you'll get the serfdom eco privilege that locks it in. Yeah, so this is what we're looking towards long term. Also, the nobles privilege. Oh, did I start answering the question? Looks regarding EU5. Yeah, a lot of content creators like stop making like EU5 content, but like, I don't know. I'm not like shop around for different games as much. I'm certainly enjoying playing Dominions a lot right now, but people don't want to watch Dominions content, I don't think. So I just can't blast that like I would be interested in. But that's gonna be nice. So this is gonna decrease the amount of nobles we have, and this is the only reason we're doing it. We actually want aristocracy, but we're trying to decrease this modifier right now, just for right now, because we want to get the ulama up to 35% so we could switch to a theocracy. They made such major game changes without adding content, it made me not want to play it. Yeah, I think that their approach to like updating the game was not very good. I think that they like the only people that hyper fast updating really appealed to was the type of people who were, I think it appealed to the people who were loudest, which is like the hyper regulars on the forums and stuff who were complaining about a bunch of stuff. But for more casual players, you know, people who are still trying to like learn the game, like shaking stuff up like that is really disruptive, I think. It looks like the game's in a good spot. I think they're all slowing down. We all love the KANEM Empire. Hey, Pelea. In the multiplayer game I'm playing right now for Dominions, there's a province that's name is Pelea, but spelled differently. I thought about you when I saw that. I was like, oh, Pelea, the province. The profit's still decent here. Our inputs are so ungodly cheap. It's probably okay to keep expanding this. Just... Actually, we could probably put it on auto-expand. If we're bringing it to 6, bringing it to 10 is probably going to be fine, so... How much are we getting from diplomacy? We're getting so much more money from them, having them as vassals as we'd get from owning the land ourselves. We could even think about trying to put a city over here in Nimges, so we could put a regional governor there. I think we want another regional governor in Benin, probably, eventually. The patches were too aggressive in rebalancing, even the most changes were net positive. Yeah, it's like net positive, but could have been more net positive. In general, I think that, like, doubling stuff and halving stuff is just, like, way too aggressive. With one exception. I think that they have tax efficiency everywhere was a really good change, because tax efficiency was just too crazy good. I love Dominions, but it's tough to watch. Feels bad. Is that because I'm bad at it, or because it's just, like, not fun to watch? If Dominion 6 looked like EU5, it would win Game of the Year. Dominions is such a, like, crazy sweet game, but yeah. Watching it's maybe a little bit less interesting. It's like watching someone agonize over, like, some nitpicky thing. You'll continue playing Dominions, right? Yeah, I'm currently playing multiplayer and recording episodes for that. But I don't want to publish them early. Be like, this is my strategy for beating this guy. And then, like, it's out in public. Pelea's real name in Colombia, Secret Lore. Where will you move your capital? Zazu is kind of okay for now. This actually might just end up being okay in the long term, to be honest. The real sucky thing is, like, there's not a good harbor anywhere. And even if there was a good harbor, you have jungle. I guess you overcome that from a procs perspective, so that's not that big a deal, but it's really rough on the markets. Our market sizes are going to be kind of jank. Like, if we look at the market access heat map, I don't know what we do with the markets, man. They're just like, location sizes, like, uber brick these places. Kano is a pretty good location for a market, though. Right, because it's touching a lot of different provinces. And it's reasonably close to the gold. And, like, we have iron and cotton here. There's iron and cotton down here. Maybe we just move the capital to Diani, to be honest. But, like, yeah. Hello, take a like, thank you. How's the Dominion 6 going? It's going pretty good. For those of you who play Dominion 6, you're gonna laugh a lot when you see my spawn. I don't think I'll be more specific than that. It's... my spawn's a bit of a problem. Let's just say that. I won't clarify if it's a good way or in a bad way. Reputation's not everything. Hey, Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 700 bits. Also, I kind of want Total War Warhammer 3 stream now. Immortal Empire campaign, no prep or guides or mechanics, just figure it out. I feel like people generally watch me for kind of already understanding the game, and watching me figure out a game is maybe less entertaining to people, but I don't really... I'm not that confident on that one. This guy's kind of good. We have to be careful giving up too many cabinet positions to... We kind of want this cabinet position, unfortunately, for a burgher character or a clergyman character. Changes proximity, I feel nerfed Russia a lot. Absolutely, because you used to be able to get unlimited procs, yeah. Previous proximity to Vladivostok, now you get Urals max. Yeah, no, well, I mean, previously you would stack all the things. You'd stack all the modifiers and you get minus 100% and you'd stretch it to China. Calabar, if you haven't explored east of the Niger Delta, has a decent harbor. Though coastal capital feels bad since the terrain is bad. Yeah. There's also this to consider. We probably want our capital in a market that has decent development. You know what the unfortunate truth is? Everything points back to the Delta. Like, this is probably the best place to have a capital. If we're, like, playing, like, Africa, the continent. Kind of having maybe more money than we'd like. What are we supposed to spend it on? The real issue is we have, like, not much control out here. And then these places also don't have a lot of market access. So we like, this place is kind of okay on the market access. Could we build a bailiff here? Let's build a bailiff there. I think there's a reform slot. If I recall correctly, feudal theocracy requires that we be a monarchy. So this will deslot. This will deslot for us when we switch. And then with this, we will get enough to push Spiritualists to 95, which is what we want. I'm gonna wait for it to push 50% the way there. And then let's do this. Yeah, we could push it to 97 here, so we're gonna get a big push. And that should be really good for us. Hey, Svanka, long time no see. How's it going? Or I see you in the more in the Victoria 3 stuff, and I haven't played Victoria 3 in a while. What's good on KANEM? Well, you get the super secret Sub-Saharan African tech tree. You also, we haven't unlocked them yet, but you do get, so getting proximity speed and raid for slaves. We haven't unlocked it yet, but you also get, some unique, cabinet actions. You also get laws, but, you get privileges like this, too. Find it interesting to see how you approach a game that you don't know? I mean, I'm a super sucker for Three Kingdoms content, so maybe we could do Total War Three Kingdoms. I feel if I pull it, like, at best it would get like 15% people be interesting. Are you managing expanded tool production once margins slim down? Downward price pressure for tools as an input is more important. Say a location where I could build tall, but the production efficiency isn't great. I think you want to avoid overbuilding. Like, sometimes you just float the money. Like, spending it loses you money, so you don't spend the money. Building up at the Delta and Ukawa achievement run was fun. I think I had level 135 book industry in Cairo, supplied the whole market on its own, and then some. Yeah. Why is Republic meta at the moment? We're going to be going theocracy, but right now trade is really, really strong. Because they made all the trade goods, all the production goods, way lighter. So it's easier to shove goods down people's throat. And, also... we're gonna have to pay more for Diplo, actually, if we want to avoid that disaster. Well, let's rival Benin. It's easier to shove goods down people's throats, and also the changes to the ecosystem make it much more punishing to have any type of production in low control areas. In terms of increasing slider cost, and republics, you don't have to pay for cost of court. Theocracies too. So it allows you to blob way more and have it be more effective to go theocracy or republic. I think theocracy might be better though. I have a sneaking suspicion. We can enforce that. Theocracy being better because we can guarantee getting the very best trait in the game on our ruler. More Three Kingdoms. I'm looking forward to the new Vicky 3 update. Are you excited for boats, Svanka? Boats! I'm excited for boats. We currently don't have a burger, and we want to make that cabinet member a burger, so that's something we could do. Does Missionary Zeal give... no. If we had something that gave power to them, we would be interested in that. So let's promote a member of the burgers. And let the satisfaction come up before we click buttons. Not sure why we... we took commoners out of Parliament. I might have punted here. Do we have 18%? No, we have 18%. Alright. We'll take the dev. I'm iffy on integration natives policy since promoting tribesmen converts them to your culture and religion at the same time, but the policy keeps them unaccepted. Religion, culture as tribes. I think you don't want tribesmen. We've I think the enslavement one's kind of okay, because shuffling around pops is useful, but I don't know if the promotion or enslavement one is better. I think you just, whatever you can do to make them not tribesmen. The annoying thing about theocracy is the intermittent pop-up to become a monarchy. Don't you mean the free juice for government power? Everything looks really good so far. Boats. I'm excited for the boats. The number one thing for me, like, for Vic 3 that I want changed doesn't look like it's coming through on that patch, though, which is, like, changing to the Diplo play. Which I think just should get completely overhauled instead of tweaks, but... I don't think we want to contain banking, so I think we're just letting this parliament be a waste, kind of. Sucks. Well. We can't change our parliament type to a state parliament until the burghers are 20% power. Theocracy cheese due to few/no theocracy bad events. Cheese also because you can click this infinitely because of that event the person was complaining about that asks you to swap back. And you can do this till you get someone with architectural visionary, and then for whatever reason theocracy spits you out. I have no idea why it does this, but it makes you a admiral elective. So you just put the guy on a boat who has the trait you want, and you just get him as the ruler. Oh, lack of threatening rivals. Look at where threat is. Does that make things a little bit better for us? Yeah, we're gonna have to start paying more. Nice. We would like the stab, but the plus 10 towards that will cause a bunch of nobles to demote. So we're starting to get more into the where we need to be. I love Total War 3 Kingdoms, but I'm not sure the economy of that game would be complicated enough for you. Well, yeah, I mean, you build you're like, which buildings give the most income, and then you just spam them. I like the supply changes, the boat changes, and the new tiered interest changes. Tiered interests are one of my favorite aspects of the change. I think that the tiered interest and, like, I talked about this with the devs when I was in Sweden about how I felt that interest should, like, slowly escalate, and that, like, the escalating interests should be scaffolded on, like, a Great War mechanic. I hate the rivals mechanic, I hate it fully. Rivals or rivals plus complacency. It's a bit of a bummer we can't get, let's maybe spend a little bit more. Dip is, like, long-term the only slider you pay for once you flip off of monarchy. Kind of sucks to be in negative stab for, like, forever, too. This is going to be able to do fabric pretty well. Don't have a full collapse on lumber, but I think that's fine. That's going to also be one of the few places that we would want to urbanize that we have any amount of control in. Venice starts so good. This patch trade is insane, yeah. Like, you're just you're pushed more on your cost to court, so staying a monarchy is like rough, and then also trade gets a lot better when you're like pressured on that axis. Ten research progress. I don't think we're interested in losing 10 research progress as much as we want some stab. Considering how much we have to research. How are our institutions spreading? Not very good. I mean, we are spreading. Niani is gonna get these soon. Oh, we should have just taken the thing. We're gonna get bricked on research, actually. Despite having 2 additional tech trees to go through. The faster we swap theocracy, the better, I guess. I think we need to get this to like 31, 32% before we could do the maneuver. Do you think this kind of play with these types of countries will ever be able to catch up? Oh, absolutely. I think that you get too much, like, research speed. We're just gonna, like, especially, like, professional armies, we're gonna research, like, we might not even embrace professional armies, even. We don't need any of this shit in the context of, like, the Merc meta. They make your sliders more expensive. It also gives you 5% research speed, though, so maybe it's okay, but hard not embracing it actually might make sense, because we don't need slave centers. We won't need armories, because mercs. We will not be able to drill an army, but we'll lose out on the military tactics and the army maintenance, basically. So maybe, or it'll be forced upon us eventually. You can't avoid embracing it, but we won't need to actively embrace or research anything. And so, like, we'll get all of our research done. It'll just be a little bit late. Who is the gold? Alright. Making use of our additional monthly diplomats here. How do you swap a Waldensian? I can't find it anywhere. Does it spawn randomly? No, it's like in Naples at the start, but like it will get converted out relatively quickly. You have to swap early. Lack of threatening rival is a debuff just to be there. I mean, it forces you to try and force coalitions, which, like, forces you to blob. I don't like that it... Yeah, I guess I don't like the fact that it forces you to, like, blob or get complacency. I don't know. Like, a lot of the changes seem, like, oriented around, like, coming from a Vic 3 perspective, like, a lot of the changes seem oriented around, like, making the game more like EU4. Which I'm, like, less a fan of. Don't you need cannon makers? Kind of. That's probably... We probably researched that anyways, but, like, we could just wait until age 4. Like, if we're that far behind on every tree, it's not a high priority. But yeah, what we might do is, when it's forced onto us, because eventually it will spread, we'll probably just research the cannon maker and then call it a day. That probably net saves us money, because we're paying for legitimacy. Yeah. Let's build market villages. in rural locations with good RGOs. Rice being a good RGO. I think in general we're gonna try not to urbanize this rice because it's so nice. We have so much food. That one's gonna have irrigation. So is that. The alum is gonna be good as well. Salt and alum is good. We might urbanize one of these so it can... Let's do salt as well. And I think I'm into getting the pop growth from... Oh, caravan stops. I forgot about these. Yeah. I think we do caravan stops in similar locations. But we want to prioritize this current market we're in right now on the caravan stops. Because this market has gold in it, caravan stop creates gold demand. We get good research read from literacy from their cabinet action. Yeah, we haven't gotten their cabinet actions yet. I forget how you... Or I don't know how you unlock them. I think we already got the Canal trade. I think we've gotten a lot of this already, but we don't have the new cabinet actions. They get special cabinet actions. Being able to throw more or less a whole tree is pretty huge. I think, to be fair, like, everyone can kind of throw that tree right now. Do mercs use text from Origin? Yes. They use, or I believe they use, like, like, discipline from where they're coming from and, like, this type of stuff, I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Does India get institutions faster? Way faster. Way faster. Yeah, one of the big issues is location size. The location size and the fact that you're not on the coast are both two really very serious things. Location size, of course, not to be confused with size of location. Yeah? Never make that mistake. Never make that mistake. Two completely different things. Blobbing currently with the new sliders going on wealth and country over tax base explodes it if you get land too fast. Also, like, we have low control here. This stuff is still feeding the bejesus out of our estates, who are doing, like, productive things with it now. I'm kind of, like, I'm not a fan of them getting the money from lack of control. Because, it's not like they just flush it down the toilet. They build it on buildings and roads and this type of stuff. You know? Whereas before, it was deleted. And the burgers especially are, like, one of our favorite beneficiaries. Because they build a ton of roads, which are really nice. We're currently staying in on traditional economy and enjoying having a little bit more stab. Another thing is Republic can't pay for stab, but Theocracy can. It's gonna be a temporary push. Actually... make this guy head of cabinet. We're hiring this guy because he's clergy. We need to get the Ulama up to 35% power to flip theocracy. So those two changes should bring it up to 31, yeah. To say 31 or 32%, but then 31 just happens. And I looked like I knew what I was talking about. So, yeah, as plutocracy gets pushed, or aristocracy gets pushed, this eliminates some of these guys. So the 3649 should go down, even though we have growing population. Doesn't go down by a lot, but... Please, Persia, I can never get institutions embraced before Asia got all of them. Embrace them and spread to your capital and markets. Yeah, the location sizes make it so Africa is like super cucked. Like even if you, because even once we get the institutions in, the struggle's not over once we get the institutions here and here. It's just begun, right? Because then we have to get other places to get it. But fortunately, yeah, no, I mean like yeah, it's just rough. Having a bunch of subjects helps out a little bit, or can. Are there any countries you'd say trad economy forever? Like maybe China. Because the population capacity makes the difference between can this location grow or not. And the production efficiency is much less valuable when you start the game being able to build 40 stack buildings. And so you'll have a lot from economies of scale. Does nobody know the development breakpoints? I'm not sure what you're asking. Like fine cloth at 20 and books at 30 and marble at 40? Or are you asking if I think that people don't know about them? I think some people know about them. Cabinet action unlocked in Age of Discovery. Gotcha. I don't think you swapped off it, but you need Sharia law. We didn't swap off of it. Did you rename the province to Zhao, or is it the original? It's the original. The states should still get the money, but way less, regarding lack of control. So I think the money shouldn't just get deleted, but this is such a low priority, in my opinion, and then also, like, the economy was too fast, and then they, like, blitzkrieged it. The states are also ruined themselves with the mechanic by building roads and so on. Yeah, so that I don't like a lot, is that the burghers want to build roads. Hey, look at the little caravans. The burghers are incentivized. The game makes the burgher build roads, and roads just decrease their income. Before, roads would increase the burgher income, and it made sense. Money goes to nobles, and then they build fruit orchards. Yeah, but you could just close them all. It's fine. But you're absolutely right, actually. Let's do this. Fuck those fruit orchards, man. Giving you a ton of privileges and letting them make money should end up with your country in a crisis. I agree. Currently, I think the metagame is just to give out almost every privilege. Like, every privilege that isn't, like, actively bad, basically. Well, I mean, the cav power is not bad for us. I mean, it's not excellent. We will want maybe morale. So we'll just grab that. Deus Volt's into that. So let's grab that as well. No! What a world, what a world. I don't think we could even make more kids anyways, god. Having a woman ruler sucks, man. You just like, male ruler, you can make kids for forever. Our kid's an idiot, we can't make another one. God. Shout out to the parents out there. Playing in India for the first time, and it's crazy just how absurdly wealthy the place is. Yeah, like, before release, there were content creators who were complaining that the Mamluks were too strong, and I was like, brother. Brother. India, my guy. Although, to be fair, from a simulationist perspective, India might not be too strong. It's just like, it should be strong, but... I know your subjects can give 20% growth per subject. 20% if it has embraced the institution. The problem is they're not getting the institutions anytime soon. Oh, what if we get Tunis friendly? I don't know if through the corridor counts as adjacent. I imagine it doesn't. And that this kind of acts like a brick wall for institution spread. But maybe this is a reason to not actually colonize and let Tunis colonize and get adjacent to us. Maybe we want a Sode, but we don't want this other location. We want to let like something like Tunis have it. We're not going to pay to have our legitimacy be positive, trending. We almost have enough stuff to just get full price, but at this point, I think we're close enough to switching to theocracy that we'll just look to stay break even. Petrov Shi, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Also, this gives us negative crown power because we're getting crown power from our high legitimacy, and we're going to intentionally tank crown power, so that kind of actually helps us out. Imagine if buildings didn't have some arbitrary limit, and the only limit was pop was workforce. Here's the kicker: what you said about burgers building fruit orchards, you effectively wouldn't be able to close privately owned businesses for free. Yeah, I mean, like, this entire relationship also where the estates own the things and then we could just close them is, like... There's some issues with that simulation there. That's, like, a low priority, I think, though. Just keeping an eye on this. That should be okay. We have pretty good prices. Let's do a new little thing that we get from the auto expand mod. There's this. We're going to set it to expand bridges if we have money automatically. And we'll build one bridge everywhere. We don't have a lot of locations that can build the bridges, but we have a couple. Oh, I don't think they have enough control. I don't think we're gonna trigger any bridges getting constructed. We don't. Okay, fair. Alright, let's still take a look at this then. I think we do want settlements anywhere. I think we want temples anywhere. Don't need a minimum control for the... Or actually, don't want it to be... Market access would be the thing that we would want. Do need a minimum of 1 market access, but let's do this. Kabura. I don't think we're ready to rumble with Mali yet. I think we actually should be getting a CB on these guys. I think if we could just let the Goon Squad handle it. I think we do this. Not a way for us to get there. So we might just go for these two guys. I wonder if traditional economy is just fat out better than capital economy for any Arctic country like Sweden due to the extra pop cap. I don't think so, because the pop cap on Arctic isn't actually useful. Is one of the issues. Or like, it lets you get more pops, but like, you have such a big migration penalty that they just leave anyways. And then the availability of land doesn't actually benefit you because you don't get pop growth from it. So, I think probably not. Imagine building, or we already... When will the clerics take over? Soon. The fires rise, my brother. The fire rises. Are they not in Diplo range? We don't have a diplomat. Got it. I kind of don't like to abuse the diplomat system where you could just have a huge negative amount and have it be good. There's so many different provinces, right? Or is it two? We could subjugate them. We'd rather they get released with our stuff. It doesn't really piss people off. I've noticed everyone in a multiplayer game plays like you when it comes to privileges. I'm the only one with less than 10. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the stronger way to play. Hegemons are hard to feel. I feel like China almost gets all 5. Yeah, hegemonies... I think that is... I agree. I don't think that that's entirely inappropriate, though. I think China should have all the hegemonies if, like, the system is, like, kind of a decent simulation, but that also just implies that maybe the idea of hegemonies has an issue. Or should be, like, semi-regional. Or, like, should just be different. But, like, if what you're doing is you're trying to see who has the most power in XYZ thing, it makes sense. To be fair, Delta is stupidly strong, particularly the Mamluks. I think it's just that everyone was playing in Europe, and when you're playing in Europe, the Mamluks look insane. Mamluks also got this massive repeated nerf bat, where now they start off with 3 really bad privileges, that the AI doesn't have any desire to deslot, basically, so they just get stuck with bad privileges. And they used to have 20% tax efficiency before release, and would have like 10% now when tax efficiency got bricked, but that got completely yoinked from them. But they're still strong. The thing is, it's almost entirely dependent on pops, so like you're not solving the underlying issue, you're just like nuking their content for no reason. When Mamluks were like, this was the height of the Mamluks' power, they should be strong, they should have like good content, and instead they have some of the like the most soy boy content as it relates to like bonuses. They get like a little bit of extra range, and I think they get some tax efficiency. Okay, prox efficiency starting off with is kind of good. But they were like, their bonuses were like twice as good as they were before. They also have 2.5% maintenance as well. Prosperity got better. Maybe they're not that soy. It's kind of okay. I don't know. I feel like, the Mamluks not being really strong and being like the raid boss of this game, like Ottomans was the raid boss of EU4, is like a very Eurocentric like way of looking at the game or desire. Or like the material conditions are such that easily the like Ottomans could have been like not successful, and people get really upset that they're not, and then they're mad that the Mamluks are successful. Just upset people. This is fine. Yeah, we kind of at this point want them to coalition us, so it'll decrease our complacency. How are you getting a ruler without a boat, man? Oh my god, you're so right. Finally, someone's asking the real questions. How can you get a ruler without a boat? Does inviting settlers help push institutions? Not as far as I know. How do you open the menu for the mod? Oh my god, sorry I'm behind. Just right-clicking on one of these things. So you see here, you right-click to see open settings. Such an obese scope, it's hard to say what's high or low priority. I think that the high priority thing, my opinion, high priority thing is making Parliament more interesting throughout the course of the game. And making the estates have more agency and be like something that there's an internal power struggle with, and colonization. Do you swap your religion or capital? Do you keep loose continent-specific tech and religion? It used to be the case that swapping your capital would change you off continent-specific tech. Now this is no longer the case. God. And also, swapping religion will swap you off the stuff, though. Just kind of detach the siege, considering we're starving on it. It's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I was not really thinking that through too much. Keep this guy around just in case we need him. Or we could do this thing where you juggle him back and forth. It's kind of annoying to do. Theoretically correct, though. Okay, so we could go for a CB on Nupe, or We could go for extra tax. I think we want the sea beam. We fight them after this. Yeah. That's fine with us. Okay, time to do the things. The diplomat, or the subject things. Hey, don't you think Victoria 3 should have mechanics similar to EU5's control? To some extent. One of the reasons I'm really enjoying EU5 is like the infrastructure, and it feels more city builder-y. Vic 3 is very macro heavy. I'm not entirely sure though, because Vic 3's design philosophy seems much more macro heavy, and if you suddenly start to you operate much more through like a builder like this than like looking through locations, and it would really change the design principle, or like it changed the gameplay patterns quite a bit, which isn't necessarily a problem because it'd be a better simulation, but yeah. Unfortunately, we can't make a subject with claims, but we could do this. And this. And then... Are they not our subject? They're Borgu's subject. Wait, is Borgu not our subject? Oh, we need to have at least one available guy. Alright, fair. This is gonna speed up the annexations too. We need the available diplomat to be able to do this. I think we release a custom subject though. Here, even though they gotta spend a long ass time to integrate everything. Well, I don't think they put their capital there, do they? The thing is we just really don't want the capital here, but I guess it's not the end of the world. Okay, it's not. The capital here. Shouldn't Yendi be... Why is this the... Why is it silver? Shouldn't that always be the capital? Alright, well. I think we're still not getting another parliament squeeze. I guess we do want the additional serfdom. Ottomans lost their first war against the Mamluks. Yeah, easily could have done different. Hey, Playmaker, sorry I'm a little behind on the chat. Complacency doesn't do anything, by the way. Don't you get a disaster if it hits 100? I've not hit 100 with it. I've tried to avoid it. It doesn't do anything unless you're in the disaster, though, yeah. Why should China be Diplo-hegemon? Have you heard of kowtow? Where they say you kowtow now, and then you kowtow? Yeah. Calling the Mamluks soy boy is crazy. I mean... Bro, the Mamluks were so much better before release. Like, so much stronger. The Mamluks were, like, proper scary. No, let me pause. Let me pause. And spacebar being funny. Problem is the game is more deterministic than IRL. You could say the material conditions could have. This game is more deterministic that there's no could have. There is can or cannot, and hence the discourse around the Mamluk and the Ottos. I don't know if I agree with you. I have 2 more months and we'll give this province away and then deck on them. It includes the historic Bulgarian time of troubles in the mid-14th century. Bulgaria doesn't go that hard. China staying huge in 1.1 is the closest you get to that type of threat. Yeah, but they don't actually ever explore. They're incapable of exploration. Because that's just a game setting. Where they, like, that's not something, we don't do that here. Which, to be fair, historic China checks out, but, I think we'll leave these levies out. And we'll see what we can do here. Expecting this to go pretty well, though. Hey, max complacency has Aztecs. It doesn't give any modifiers, only the disaster does. I thought it would help you pop the disaster. I guess I misunderstood the patch notes. You need 1 diplomat to give land to subjects? Yes. Yes. Are you rolling in gold yet? No, that's Mali. When the gold hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's a Mali. Big true. Alright, let's grab this. Doesn't it feel like Victoria 3 takes effective governance for granted? I think that, like, this is maybe the case, but, like, in some of the time frame, there's the advent of radio, and I think that with radio existing, like, that's not that poor simulation, you know what I mean? Where, like, the integration level and, like, how quelled the populace are much more powerful indications of, what's going on. Were those mercs? No, they're not. I had like a mini panic attack. I was like, wait, those could be mercs. I'm just assuming people don't have enough money for it. I know you've haven't previously been a fan of theaters. Does excellent demand stimulus help at all there? They might be net positive just because of demand stimulus, but like the building itself, like, is not doing anything positive for you. Or it's doing close to nothing. I think they're a Renaissance building, right? Yeah, I mean, the demand profile's okay, and it creates burgers. You are using a building slot, though. Cow Tao, but I have no cow to Tao. Big true. You Cow Tao now. No, I mean, yeah. China being raid boss makes sense. A native Bayesian analysis, Mamluks should have been around for around 80 years, so we should expect them to be around 80 years on average. I don't know if I like the average idea. But I think that sometimes they should basically be destroyed within 80 years. And then sometimes they should just be the mega power of the region for like centuries. I think that they should have a disaster. I think that they should be strong, have good content, and then they should have a disaster. And the disaster, like, uber bricks them if they fail it. And the disaster might even cause them to flip to a different country that doesn't have the content or something like this. But, like, that it should be hyper-polarized based on the outcome of the disaster. And that the AI should occasionally be able to stomach that and be like the raid boss Mamluks. And I feel like everyone wants a hyper-deterministic thing where their EU5 game looks just like their EU4 game because they feel that the Mamluks should just like, or the Ottomans should always be like the raid boss. But like, geographically speaking, and also in terms of population, the Mamluks are like, the material situation of what's going on here is like, it's so good for the Mamluks. Like, it's not even like properly conveyed here that you can, from the Red Sea, you have basically full waterway access to the Mediterranean, where there's like a little like a snippet where you have to go like overland slightly, but then you're on the Nile, and then you get like it's almost like having a canal in terms of trade. There are issues that they don't have lumber for big ships, like in terms of the material analysis, and the point at which they start to decrease in power is basically when the path around the Cape is, people figure that out. But even then, if they can vie for supremacy and like pressure, like the rest of the world, the fact their geographic location, like, by the mid-1800s, it could have very easily been the case that whoever was in control of this region would be, like, the Great Britain of that day. Like, they're not in a good position to colonize the New World, so maybe that's not an entirely fair comparison, but, and also the lumber was a significant issue. Not sure what the vegetation overall looks like, yeah. I'm gonna say up here. I don't know, I feel like people don't forget the telegraph. Yeah, you're right, you're right. When Ottomans fought them, it turned out there was something of a paper tiger. Yeah, but the Ottomans, we're talking like, the Mamluks should have a disaster, then become the paper tiger, and then collapse. I wonder if Timurids are playable now. The lack of money is not great last I played. I mean, I think they're the country you're supposed to start out as if you're doing a world conquest. So, yeah, almost certainly at the very least playable. I think one issue is countries don't collapse due to politics, unless they've got a tag-specific disaster. Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I think Parliament and the states, like, are, like, a high priority, is because eventually making... That's, like... I don't think complacency, giving a bunch of these mechanics, like... And, well, like, you don't even necessarily fire the complacency disaster. Alright, what's the firing requirement? We have to have less than 0 stab. We have to have greater than 75% complacency. To be fair, we want to avoid this, actually, but if we stay positive stab, we'll never trigger this. Less than 40 average control in the region of the capital? Or greater than a third of our... Anyways, I think estates should have, like, more agency and be more of a problem, and that's one of the ways in which you could internally collapse. And that the scaffolds, the levers upon that, or not levers, the hooks upon which you create a system where internal political collapse is possible, I think is a combination of estates and parliament. 1,000 hours, never built a theater? Yeah. Someone's doing it right. Someone watched the guides. Wasn't me. Alright. How are we doing? We're still steadily pushing. Llama's at 30. I think 31-32% is the breakpoint where it's kind of, although we have, like, very low crown power, so there's not a bunch of crown power to squeeze down. Finishing the most important siege last, as always. There's not enough war score to full annex this guy. We should have co-belligerated him. Womp womp. Can we liberate anyone? You take that and use them to get a claim. And get a claim with these guys as well. Oh, maybe we want to actually own Benin straight up. So no one does funny market business. We hate it when they do funny market business. In which case we want to own a route to Benin, so we want to try and get these 3 locations if possible. Or... oh, we're gonna do this, I think. Yeah, then grab Benin, so we do need to siege it down. The flatland grassland. Do these have rivers? They don't have rivers. We also have a lot of cattle. Thinking of urbanizing. Although this should also be a function of what we choose to urbanize. It's how much pops. Not very much lumber here. Ugh, gross. We don't have any way to get... we can't build any lumber mills there. That means we're going to be really far out from getting lumber price collapse, so we're just going to go for some of this. Not exactly what we wanted, but okay. What do you mean I can't right click? Alright, fine. Actually, you know what? This is fine enough. Oh, it's so much. Alright. We just want to make sure that there's a land route and that we are going to control only that province. Or only Benin. We maybe have to accept Edo pops. I think that's fine. And then let's what? Oh. Do we want to do any funny business? I guess we could just kind of do it the way you don't resolve pieces like this, but like it's maybe less clicking overall. Full annex. And then we will release wrong menu. These guys. And then those guys will have a claim. I think we'll, unless it's a really, really good thing, we'll look to have them be separate. We'll just give him the rest of the province there. By releasing Historic, it does give him the cores. So it's a little bit less integration work for them. Let's start paying for the entire Diplo slider as well. And I think... how's this annex doing speed-wise? Awful. Because we have shit cultural... Alright. Because we have no fucking culture. Is your income erect? We're trying to make it that way. It's not hyper erect though. Not as erect as we would like. I hear there's an intervention for that. It's a bit easy to just give out a bunch of privileges so people are ecstatic while taxed into dirt. Maybe certain privileges should have disasters tied to them. I also think that privileges, part of a rework I would want to see involves not all privileges just being available at game start. Like, some of them should be tied to technology. Like, technology should unlock new privileges and stuff. And there should be more privileges that are mutually exclusive with each other. And I think that some of your privileges you should be able to change with Parliament. Like, the system could be so much more dynamic than it, like, is. Does the unrest even make that difference? If you're microing your brains out, maybe there's a world where the theaters make sense from that perspective if you already had a technology for it. But, like... it's unclear to me that unlocking the technology is really that worth. Alright, so we're at the research capacity reached. Alert, stranger danger. So we gotta spend this. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of research just get flushed. Maybe initiative's kind of okay. We eventually do want livestock output, so... let's just do this. Why not try and get more clergymen? We have tried to get more clergymen. It's maxed out. We also have a couple places auto-expanding books. We could do more, but... I think we're kind of oversupplying the books, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe this is okay. Let's do that then. That's fair enough. There's not too much more we could do other than that. Mamluks historically had a series of plagues and economic crisis before getting smacked around by the Ottomans. Yeah, there's also, like, I think, like, so the Red Turban Rebellion or whatever, like, that type of thing was inevitable, but, like, Like in terms of game start, but I don't think they. It's inevitable that the collapse, that these guys collapse, or that the Mamluks collapse from the start date. See you, Graph. Is there any consistent way to get Maliki after flipping Sunni? Not as far as I know, but I do think you need jurisprudence, so you could be a little bit more aggressive about pushing jurisprudence early. Why are we at 27? What's going on? We do want to go with state parliament, but we're going to do that when we flip. Burghers have gotten a lot more powerful, I guess. I don't really think we're earning that much per trade capacity at this point. One of the issues is once we push naval, like, we won't be able to trade with, like, anyone from here. Yeah, we're not getting a lot per capacity. I have come with wonderful news regarding pop growth that I had to endure yesterday. I managed 60.65% on average. Very nice. You were the Portugal player, yes? They didn't expect your streams to be chill like that. I usually hate live streams, never watch them. Yours is nice, very chill. Thank you. Very nice, big chill. Biggest chillest. Do we have a CB on? I'm not sure we want to fight Mali yet. We probably could, but see the clergy expanding some of these things. Yeah, we see the nobles auto-expanding a whole bunch. So, like, the lack of control income is fine, because the nobles expand a bunch. What we really don't want is the incinerators at this point. The money incinerators, which is, like, cost court. And the Diplo spend as well. This annexation's gonna go much faster now, though. Actually, what culture is this fine lady? We would love to have more Hausa so that we could annex. So we could flip it. We should have flipped it earlier when we had a better chance. These guys are not going to decay all of that, so they're currently trending up. How are we doing here? Almost have pro army. I think it'll also spread to our subjects pretty well. God, I hate this event. Oh, I think I needed to not click that. Son of a bitch. I think in response to that, we were probably supposed to try and slot in theocracy. Oh, we wouldn't have had the monthly tick anyways. That's unfortunate. We can't slot in theocracy anymore. Alright, we'll put the nobles guy in. Oh, you still can't do it. Not like this. We'll use the nobles to destroy the nobles. But we're gonna need to get 5 more spiritualists. Somehow. We need a decent scoring guy who's clergyman. This is what we want. Okay, decent scoring and clergyman. Oh, even head of cabinet, he still can't push it? God damn it. Alright, well, he'll be able to push plutocracy more at the very least. Is there a way for us to get spiritualist trend on here? Yes. Alright. We'll wait until the law is about 50% in. Make that adjustment. How strong do you think Sukhothai and Siam with Hindu religion is? Stacking Diplo annex cost? Well, it's like an additive modifier, not a multiplicative or there's a multiplicative modifier and it's a additive modifier. I think Ayutthaya is better as a start, but with that idea, I'm not 100% sure whether the modifiers are additive or multiplicative ones, but if they're the additive ones, it's really not that great. They have to be multiplicative. Will you start annexing subjects? We're doing it right now. Community school is going to be good for monthly literacy. I think the other options like stab, but like 7 stab versus a bunch of literacy, it's like... I think we're kind of okay keeping a stockade there, to be honest. We have to do this to be able to click the buttons. We can also change laws to be able to push spiritualists, so we do have a couple more options. But converting the slaves is fine enough. And then we will push spiritualist and we should be able to push back up. The llama is coming up to where we need them. It's unfortunate we're not going to get the parliament we want this parliament. It's going to be next parliament. We're going to pay for a slight positive trend here. Do have to stay above 50 to avoid disasters. It's not profitable right now, but the alum is good for that. I wonder what the trades look like. What are we trading out of here? Exporting alum makes sense. Moving around some pepper. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, we could really use a bigger than them modifier. We don't have one right now. we not get to see what estate he's from? Or am I blind? I must be blind. He's nobles. I don't know if he got nobles when we let him in. Do some of that. Take the Moroccan pups. Oh yeah, we rivaled Morocco. You get all the tech you want, it's like quarter to age 3 with nothing left to research. Maybe theaters make sense. That's fair, that's true. Oh, CJ, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much. Sorry, I was a little behind on the chat. Thank you, thank you. Crown secured. Oh, the religious interaction to get the last bit of spiritualist? That's nice when you're Catholic, but we don't have one to do that, I don't think. I don't think you get free spiritualist from pilgrimage? Maybe you do. Is there any way I can get a hold of overseas territories and get decent control on them? As far as I know, you can move your capital and build naval governors overseas, but that's an exploit. King in the chat. Thank you, thank you. Brother, hordes have a disaster if you flip culture religion and your ruler dies. You can't do anything without causing a disaster. You can flip monarchy early, but to flip anything is the 1700s. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the exact metagame for playing the hordes. I just know that they're, like, optimal for... Because I haven't played as Barless or whatever. I do know it's like optimal if you're doing World Conquest to play as a horde. I think we have claims that are getting generated over here. So we can do this. Which nation do you think has the craziest income ramp up potential right now? I think Castile, even though there isn't any content for it. I assume you don't mean any kind of, like, swapping to various things, or doing, like, a weird chain of formations with that question. I think you definitely want Iberian. Using the exploit to gain 100% proximity capitals, or governors, or I don't even know if it's an exploit. The viceroyalty stacks with the capital for the governor. You can technically use it to get a bunch of overseas stuff. Hey Ham, how's it going? What do you think about Peasant Republic? Gives 10% prod efficiency. Nowhere near as good as Merchant Republic, so... Merchant Republic is, like, easily worth, like, 3 or 4 government reforms or something like this. If you just, like, we're trying to compare it straight across, like, relative to the power of, like, a government reform. So getting +1 reform, it's better to have a government reform that's worth, like, the equivalent of, like, 4 government reforms, or maybe even more than 4. Merchant Republic's really, really, really strong, and, like, plus 25% trade income is insane, and it's, like, multiplicatively effective with, like, trade efficiency and all this stuff, so... I think you look at your trade income and you're like, oh, that's not that high. Actually, ours is really not that high. Wait, why is ours so low? Maybe I'm smoking it. It would be way higher if we were Merchant Republic, though. Prod efficiency, diminishing return. Trade efficiency isn't comparably good and only gets better with more. Yeah, this is also... The more you get of it, the better it gets, which is, like, reverse true for prod. You were to pick 10% proc speed or 5% tax efficiency, which one would you pick? Depends how much I have of each of the modifiers, probably. But in most situations... probably the tax efficiency. It matters because it matters how much you have, because if you're already projecting to a bunch of locations, projecting to marginally some more locations is less valuable than getting more out of those locations. But it's also complicated because proximity is not like... You can look at it as having decreasing marginal returns, increasing marginal returns, or constant returns when you get more proximity. And the reason for this is, if you're tracing in a straight line and you're just looking at the cost of the line, it has constant returns on the amount of proximity, where if you get 100% more proximity, or you get plus 100% speed, you will be able to push your proximity one additional full unit of what 100% proximity got you in the first place. However many, if it got you through 5 locations in the first place, it'll get you through another 5 locations. And it will always be the same additional 5 locations. In that sense, it has increasing marginal returns. As a modifier, it has diminishing returns in the sense that you generally have opportunity costs for modifiers, and you're usually exchanging some amount of modifiers for other modifiers. If you already have like plus 300% or plus 400% proximity speed, you're almost certainly better off getting like tax efficiency because you're acquiring additional locations. This is getting the locations that you have more valuable is going to, at a certain point, just be more worthwhile. And so in the world of trade-offs, it is decreasing in value. And then the final way is proximity doesn't... It gets calculated in a straight line, but when I get proximity, we're actually getting it pushed in multiple directions. And from there, it's going to push in multiple more directions, right? And so it's not directly linear, where you're getting additional locations, because every location you push into can kind of often push into two new locations. And so you are getting additional locations you can get to. It's not like quite exponential, but it's like, or is it exponential? It's easier to visualize if we like do... Okay, so if we have like hexagons, which I think on average you're not touching 6 locations, so this is maybe not a good sort of thing, and we push out in 6 different directions, right? And we count in units of 3, we will get 3 pushes here. 3 pushes... Actually, we would need a hexagon grid to really show this off in a satisfying way. I think I accidentally counted this wrong as well. Or I started making a hexagon and then I made not a hexagon? What did I do? Bro, I can't draw here. The idea is, like, as we push out, it's going to, like, increase the number of, like, segments we have. That we're gaining increasing surface area. Bro, I can't draw. Get me out of here. So it's like cubic scaling. You kind of like double the amount of locations you push into each time, but I have the math for it like on a Canva thing. Maybe I'll just show the Canva. Okay, so like here, with one branch out, we're pushing into 6 locations, 7 if you include the previous iteration, including the capital, right? And if you go out the ring one more, you're pushing into 12 locations, and 19 if you include the previous ones. And so it effectively is every segment you push is an additional 6, so it's not exponential, but it is increasing. And the size of this is really large relative to what you have with the initial modifiers. So, for example, the 6 is really large relative to the total size, relative to the 7. But the 12, not as big relative to the 19, but still really large. 18, again, not as big, but you get decreasing, increasing marginal returns. But you can think of it like this. I don't know if on average, I don't know on average how many additional locations you're pushed into, but this probably is something, roughly speaking, going to be it. Let's change the browser back to, I don't want to accidentally show my Canva or whatever later. Not that I'm doing anything nefarious, but good streamer hygiene. Always be aware of what you're showing. Don't type into an auto... I probably should use incognito windows, because like a lot of things like autocomplete and it's your address or whatever. It's like, brother. So I try to never type into a field. Bro made an octagon, called it a hexagon. Basically. Likes hexagon Picasso. I can think of the area of a circle as an analogy. Why does everything boil back down to 6-7? Basically. It's a nightmare. The streamer, you have to... all the memes are forced upon you. You cannot hide from them. Now we have the moron as ruler. We also have not had access to crown characters because we've had just like one female ruler after another and like repeated bricking of like what we have going on basically. Alright, well now we'll pay to avoid our disaster. Wait, is it only a disaster if you're negative stab? Or is it like under 20 for like the consistent disaster? We can embrace pro armies. Renaissance has spread. That's fantastic for us. I feel like we were waiting on something and I don't remember what it is now. Destroy enemy a better CB? It is. God, Deus Volt's really freaking useless if you can rival people. Or it's useless on people you can rival. Okay, we're at 31%. I don't think we have enough crown. I think we have to wait for 32. I don't think we have enough crown power to tank, to be honest. Have you had a bad experience being a streamer, swatting or DDoS? No, but I try and be careful about this stuff. Like, once it's out there, it's kind of out there. Like, people can look... Like, all the VODs are still up, like, all the old VODs, so, like, people can to whatever extent I may have accidentally done something, it's like out there. The royal marriages are rough. Someone sent spreadsheets to his house? Even worse, yeah. Real question is, are the children of 27 allowed to see a rhombus? I don't even think they're allowed to say it, to be honest. It's too many syllables. It's 2 syllables. What am I saying? Alright, I mean, I think it's, is it 31 or 32%? What is it? Where's Harvey Dent? If I recall correctly, the clerics kind of promote up a bit slower than burgers or whatever. Alright, we have a big bank, so we could take a bunch of loans. God, we're gonna have to pay so much on these loans unless we wait for like 33%. Normally we have way more crown power to collapse out, and right now we have like none. We want to get rid of this anyway. I think his Parliament's a big hit on the stab too, right? Oh no, it's only the legitimacy. In that case, let's pull this. A requirement's not met. What are the requirements? Greater than 50 stab? God damn it. Alright. I don't think we are that keen on this one, but we have to have greater than 50 stab. Also, I don't know if this messes with our content. Governor of Northern Territories. Not hyper keen on this, to be honest, either. Especially because we actually have Demi. So we could revoke this too. We're gonna give them a ton of power though once we get theocracy, so we're not gonna be able to revoke stuff that easily again. God. Plan is thwarted, and I think we actively like want to get rid of this. Because it's 50% power their way, kind of for nothing. Alright, so I guess more of a long-term plan. I think we just let the Goon Squad handle this. One thing that angers me is the atrocious market access of Azores and Madeira, and generally market access. 2C tile is like a brick wall. Yes, it pushes very, very poorly through land. It feels pretty bad. I think that there should be like a potential for things like Azores and Madeiras, like. Weren't those, like, important port locations? I don't know. Like, I think the system... That maritime presence is, like, so good for proximity and, like, completely useless for other stuff is, like, also just feels really bad. Alright, so we can't embrace pro-armies just yet. Alright, so we're gonna have to get some amount of research from the generic tree. Construction speed's kind of okay. Maybe initiative is okay. Peasant levies is actually, considering we're actually using our levies, it's maybe something reasonable. So let's just raise a squad from here to make sure that it stays getting sieged. Almost done with this annex. I would definitely ask someone trustworthy in the community to scrub your stuff, to be honest, or pay someone just in case. I don't know, I'm paranoid like that. Bro, there's like over 1,000 videos. Wait, do you get 20% total proc speed when you flip Theocracy? No, it's only 10. They didn't double the bonus from Theocracy. So they nerfed Theocracy in like 2 spots. Theocracy got a really big nerfs. I mean, the crown power character is kind of nice. Do we not have... We still have... Shit. We were there. We had enough. I don't know why it's so bloody high right now. Alright, but that should be enough. Oh, we need legitimacy? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I mean, I'm not used to, like, intentionally floating just over it. Maybe that's why. I still think we kind of want to slot that privilege out, though. Before we put in the other ones. So I think we'll still go for the stab. This means we're floating loans for no reason, too. This is about to finish. How much we could do about it. Filter by farming. And not fully expanded. Okay. God, this is like not ideal. It is gonna put a lot of food into the region though, so that'll be something. Not picking the 2 cost Cortex? No, because I'm gonna lose them. Oh, you have the 10% already in the nobles? Yes, yes, but that's only 10% of that is because theocracy. The other 10% is because Kanem Bornu. But we get another 10% from sub-Saharan African texts, so it's even more. I think we can steal maps from Benin. I think they have some maps that we don't have. Let's get rid of this. Is there farmland? It is. So we're kind of okay that being... This should flip core. And we almost have enough to flip Hausa. We want to keep at least one annexation going at all times. He's someone we can annex. Stuff gets cored. This stuff is not cored because it was a colony. Don't... I mean, it's integrated already. I don't... This will get culture converted eventually. It'll be fine. I don't think we want to slow ourselves down that much. Now this colony... I think maybe we're supposed to let Tunis finish this instead of us. Because I think that'll help us get institutions. No, I think we're good enough. I think we're set enough. We're gonna let this finish. Maybe we're supposed to wait on the parliament so we could flip parliament type. I'm not sure. Taxes. Is it worth the governor slot? We're not spending right now. We don't have super lucrative investments, so I think maybe it's okay. Okay. I think we're waiting for 50 stab. Yeah. Just pay for break even as well. Maybe trade post building feature that reduces market procs costs, the trade maintenance trades that pass through the tile. Yeah, I mean, there's some areas that just like have turbo bad markets because they just have a bunch of islands, and like islands just in general are really not very good. Like England does okay, but like you just split the markets. Take the Moroccan exile. And the Moroccan pops. Do finish the colony here. So we have blocked off Tunis-ish. And now we do want to make another colony. We kind of want to go for low pop areas. This one's going to be pretty solid, I think. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. I already pushed some of these, but... I think those good for the burgers. You know what? Don't hate a stockade there, to be honest. Do want a castle in the capital at some point. Do you think transferring subjects to subjects is an exploit? Maybe? Location has walls of Benin that gives prosperity? Oh, that's interesting. Bad market, cue PTSD of trying to make something functional out of the Pacific Islands. Yeah, you just can't do it. It's just like turbo dead. We're about to eat some really big stab costs here. So we're gonna be in for a rocky time. I think we'll get lumber really down that easily anytime soon. We can't push it in the farmlands though. Maybe do this to try and keep that at bay a little bit. Our heir is intelligent. Nice. Just as we were getting off of wanting to push or wanting to be this. We're waiting for 50% or 50 stab here. That expires in 3 years. If we got a minus stab event there, I would have screamed. Torn out all my hair. Okay. So let's revoke this. Hopefully this doesn't fuck with our content. Urema. Does anything... Is there a way to search for anything that requires Urema? I think that this is... Okay, nothing appears to require this, so this is just kind of bad. And this alone probably gets us... enough decrease. Nope. We need a little bit more. Oh no! Wrong direction. Alright, we're gonna take 5 loans. We peel a month. I always do that. Let's take 2 more. We need to get the spiritualists up to... We need to get this up to 35. Literally just flushing money down the toilet. I think we're gonna go Renaissance first here. Renaissance helps the most with institution spread. Alright. Theocracy time. Deslots all of our privileges. Or sorry, deslots our current ones of those. We'll repay all of our loans that we can. This gives us monthly progress towards land. I don't think we're going to push naval anytime soon, so I think we'll just go for that. And then on these guys, we will go straight for control the borderlands, which will make them happier. I think we have another one we want to slot in. Not Urema. Alright. Maybe not. And then from here, we can also change this, because we currently have the juice. So we'll switch to a state parliament. Should have double checked. Yeah, that's just going to cost us 50 of that. Which is whatever now, because we don't care about it. And then some of our laws change. We get we get these things. Okay. We don't have any money to slot them in, so we won't yet. But this also opens up some Age 1 text for us to research and let stuff, which these are probably worth researching pretty quick here, so I think the SAT equilibrium is probably okay. Sequencing wise, this might not be the second thing we want to research, but that's not the biggest deal. Servants of God got turbo nerfed. It used to be insane, now it sucks. Or it doesn't suck, but it's not what it was. Or wait. There we go. Something like this is probably fine. Market access needs to be looked at in the future. Yeah, the devs are aware of it. It's just not... It's not trivially easy to make market access get improved with, like, maritime presence or something. I got a weird situation in the game right now. I'm Spain within annexation by PU of Portugal. Me and Portugal signed a treaty to divide up the New World, so any thoughts? Nope. Don't have any thoughts on that. Minus 44 stab. Yeah, I mean, we knew we were going to be doing this. It hurts, but theocracy's a lot better. Now, we still have admiral election. It's just going to choose random people until we are able to get a boat. So us getting a boat is kind of important. We'll look to annex this guy, I guess. I think we could just let the goon squad handle this. We'll make sure that they sometimes step off of what they're trying to do in terms of like sieging, so we'll just make sure we get at least a little stack. Ooh, 7. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Goon Squad? Goon Squad. All the subjects. The Goon Squad. They're a bunch of goons. What do you think I said? I don't know if... Let's repay our debt first. It's probably not correct, but... I don't want to forget to repay the debt. And it occurred to me... Which of these is better, like, was a thought I was thinking. And so we'll just go for the debt immediately. What are we doing here, paying for any cost court? That ain't us. We ain't into that. That's why we flipped theocracy. So, I don't think we go fort economy yet. So I think we go clerical state, but eventually fort economy might make more sense than the 3% tax efficiency. Nope. I just really want to trigger that event again. It's really what I was feeling deep in my plums. So I think we're gonna... What? I'm confusing Republic with these guys. These guys, we don't get additional privileges basically here. Alright, we have a bunch of free subject stuff that we can't really put in yet. Take the efficiency of cabinet here. And the progression towards jurisprudence, because we're trying to push jurisprudence, but we're trying to push it through a backslide. This one we kind of have mixed feelings on. I think we're not going to go for it yet. I think we're going to go for feudal missionary contracts at some point, just not yet. Maybe when we have more crown power. We already have hand gooners in Europe before Europe, that's what I'm saying. Negative stab is very recoverable. I said at 90 stab for 20 years and we're fine. Yeah, I mean, we can't roll disasters, it's just like bad for our satisfaction, but we're like halfway out. A real goon squad would never pull out. Alright. It's like a goon, like a antiquated term, like goon is in the knots person that's getting it on with themselves type of goon, but like the James Bond villain has a bunch of goons. Is it not a term people are familiar with anymore? Alright, so we'll custom subject this. We are limited to vassals only now, which is why we were making just fiefdoms when we were a monarchy. Solid enough. And then these guys will transfer to this guy, this location. So he has one full province of Bonneau. And it's going to be all accord soon. You must repay what is owed. A theocracy always repays his debt. We're gonna use the Mission to the High Seas eventually to push naval. Very nice for that. But I guess for now, we actually kind of enjoy the offensive progress. Maybe we don't even want to put this in. Let's just go with the tax efficiency. Let the other one float. Goons are the guys Batman fights. That's what I'm saying. It's a word people know, but it's not the word you think of first. It's the word I think of first when I say Goon Squad. I didn't say Gooner Squad. I said Goon Squad. Gooner Squad would be a little bit different. Ooh, content. Oh, it's bad content. Never mind, just kidding. Didn't mean it. Governor. Can't afford it. Before constabularies, policing was done by the military. United States had dragoon regiments as the term goon squad. Yeah, there we go. We're talking about dragoons, people. God. Ain't you heard of a dragoon before? In the 30s is when goon became a thing for a thug. Oh, how the goons have fallen, huh? Used to be a respectable profession, and now people just make jokes of an unscrupulous nature in reference to the goons. Alright, we're gonna go for that. Someone needs to put some respect back on that name. We have we're already an empire, so we have an additional governor that I think we might just put down in Benin. Maybe that doesn't make sense yet. This place is the only farmland, yeah. It's like gonna be okay for proximity. How are we going? Do we have a bigger modifier yet? No, we don't. We're not bigger. Can we please be bigger? We could tax them more if we had additional privileges as well here. Let's rake this back a little bit. I think 85 is kind of what we want at our equilibrium, so we can benefit from the events that give plus 15. Maybe we go liturgical mural art. It's not the best rate, and we don't care about cultural tradition. This should really be a percentage modifier. Flat culture is literally just the equivalent of 2 theaters. Why even, like, waste the line space? We'll maybe pay for a little bit of art. This man craves no throne. Back in my day, you didn't goon with your hand. You gooned with your heart. That's right. You gooned as a dragoon with your horse and handgun, or rifle, whatever dragoons carry. You gooned with your horse, not with your hand. That's right. I think gooners take gooning very seriously, I've heard. So yeah, I've heard. A visit from the Goon Squad sounds like an AO3, Age of Empires 3 title. You're making jokes, but Goon Squads weren't that funny if you were a native. That's true. I do make a lot of jokes. I make a lot of jokes about that I think are mildly edgy, but I think everyone always thinks that their jokes are mildly edgy, not super edgy. Because if they were super edgy, they might not be making them. But that's true. That's true. I usually like to, Yep. You did not want to be on the receiving end of Goon Squad. Oh, this is true. Yeah, I think the Pursuit of Knowledge is just, like, clearly the best one. Literacy. Considering how the spread's going, if we annex either one of these guys, that's going to help us quite a bit. Who would be so audacious as to confuse the two? Yeah. Hey journalist, saw your resources tied list on YouTube, but can you confirm if it would urbanize tin, lead, and copper? So of the three, lead is the one you least want to urbanize, tin is the one you most want to urbanize. I would say it's context dependent. Generally no to lead, and generally yes to tin. But if it's your only source of tin in the market, and in adjacent markets, then no. If you have a lot of tin, then go for it. Batman is to goons, as Harley Quinn is to gooners. Batman is to goons, as Harley Quinn is to gooners. Gooners are afraid of Harley Quinn. She is the fear, she is the night. Okay. I feel like we might need to go back to the drawing board on that one. Probably could rival Molly at this point. You can put on the privilege, then release a ton of vassals, then enforce culture on them and get a bunch of cultural relation, but tradition is useless, so why would you do that? Yeah, we also want to flip to the culture of our vassals, so once we flip, things will look a lot better as well. Once we flip to away from Kanenbu to Hausa. Because Hausa allows us to form Sokoto, I believe. Journalist is very edgy, throwing around spreadsheets left and right. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of tongue-in-cheek jokes, like, today we're going to be playing the United States, which is, like, in the context of, what is it, Vic 3? I think I introed, like, my United States video on one of my Vic 3 runs. It's like, today we're going to be playing the United States, the freest country if you forget about slavery. And, like, a little tongue-in-cheek, too. Like, slavery is horrifying, but, like, kind of making a slavery joke with the opener there. But part of that is, like, also being bro, slavery sucks. Like, I'm very clearly, like, making fun of the United States for not really truly being free, so, like, I don't know, I guess that's subject to interpretation on whether that's edgy or not. Okay, we actually want to push back towards Aristo, so we'll begin the procedure. That's probably what we do in this parliament. Yeah, I think we'll go for this to increase their satisfaction. And then we're just going to... Oh, so nice. We also have everyone in now. We don't want to push off that, though. We don't really mind pushing towards traditionalists right now. These guys are so happy with us. This gives us so much support. So let's ask for law changes, and we will change to the nobles law. Nobles controlled mining operations. And then lessen the levy obligations, and we will change. We want to get off feudal. I don't think so, right? Yeah. I think that what we want is not favor the wealthy. But maybe that's actually getting us a decent amount of tax, though. Yeah, I think that's actually getting us a good amount of tax. So favor the wealthy. Long-term favor the wealthy tends to be better. It'll make it harder for us to push some things. Same religious group. I think we changed to not being that tolerant, but maybe not. Wow. That's the only change we want to make? Alright, fair. So let's request additional taxes. I think we can contain banking if we wanted here. The nobles is starting to get a little bit upset. Let's do that, maybe. I don't think there's anything we wanted to slot out from them. Could make an argument for wanting to slot out this, but I don't think this is the end of the world. I think this is kind of fine. If Harley Quinn showed up in chat, half of us would leave for sure. Terrified. I didn't realize that half my audience was gooners. This is a revelation. How do you think of prices drifting towards target? I think it fixes price swings you see in Vic 3, but as Morocco, it constantly changed between Taylor's Guild, between cloth and wool. I'm a fan of drift. I don't know what the performance budget expenditure is on that, though. I'm not sure, like, if it's expensive on the performance budget, I don't like it. That's kind of like one of those questions where it's like, I like it, but like not enough for it to push the needle on a lot of things. I don't think Sokoto should be cultural. After all, it was a caliphate. Should it be tied to religion and region? Are you saying you don't think it should, as in the game it's not, or...? Well, the joke is true. To quote you, the truth hurts. Yeah, I mean, like, there's often a kernel of truth in jokes or whatever. Yeah, the truth does hurt. How are we doing with the governor? The extra trade routes are just like actively bad because they're burger trade routes. The fact that burger trades are just like, I'm pretty sure the money just gets eviscerated and doesn't actually go anywhere. Like, it doesn't go to the burgers, I don't think. I think we're gonna go Renaissance. It's gonna allow us to spread other institutions the fastest. And then we beeline universities, and then the crown power is going to be good. And then rights of the nobility... Rights of the nobility, we're probably going to go curtail the nobility for the additional max tax. Gov reform, not good. So we're not going to research that. Oh, we forgot to build a garden. Son of a bitch. We forgot to build a garden before flipping. That's like something you're supposed to do, because the royal garden, you get to keep the benefits of. Womp womp. Terrible. Alright. Opinion, map mode, nope. Okay. I'd rather have a hurtful truth than a harmful lie. There we go. It's also easy to overbuild production if you're focusing on current profit per level and don't notice price will drop a ton. If it's a market with too supply and demand, that the price crashes the month you expect it to, but not by that much, and it recovers fast. I mean, they seem committed to it because this last patch, they extended the length of time it takes for a price to shift. What about favoring the nobles? We could do it to push aristocracy more, but favoring the nobles would kind of decrease how much tax we're able to generate, I think. Because I think we're getting more from the burghers, and also we have more burgher satisfaction than noble satisfaction. I think we will actually give out this. Actually, let's give out the gold output one first. I think market attraction can be like actively bad sometimes, so... I think it's generally good, but just sometimes it can be actively bad. I do hate having to click that event every time, but that's the price of greatness. I think we can also look to improve our culture to make this a little bit faster by spamming these a little bit. It's like the same question. These will also help promote out the tribesmen. I don't know how much tribesmen we have in some of these regions, though. Yeah, not a lot. University will also help quite a bit. And we'll get the Uber conversion law, so we'll just, like, instantly convert these guys off of Bori. What does the Bori even give? Slaves, raw materials. And nothing good. Royal Garden's so good, yeah. I think it's kind of a little cheeky, though, so I don't super hate. You know? Wow, Mali's looking like they're doing pretty good. Low peasant enfranchisement, noble tax meta seems really strong in this patch. You would get 0 tax on the peasants and not miss their ducats and have obtained satisfaction. Yep, I think you're right. We might even want to do that. This is, before release, this is what, by the way, this is what I was doing, because before release, there was a build, or the April build, the amount that guys got paid was proportionate to power, and there wasn't a separate split for... so you see this here? This is what the power looks like, a state power. And this was the proportion at which people were paid. And so commoners, even in rural locations, were just very low. So you got almost nothing from the commoners. And so what you would do is you would just 0 tax the commoners. But here, we're getting very low. And this is like reminiscent of if you have like all Dhimmi, you just don't tax the commoners at all, and it's very strong. But like at this price, would we pay 7 ducats for more food production and like stab investment costs, especially when our stab's bad? Like maybe. But like on top of that, like we have some really low satisfaction areas, and this will improve the satisfaction a lot. And even the high satisfaction areas, because they have such a high proportion of peasants. Well, actually, this is slaves, but the ones that, to the extent that these are places that have mostly peasants, right? We actually would want this up to 99. So whatever our commoners tax is, like the 50% tax break even, I think whatever this is, we actually want this closer to like 60%. With a little bit extra, so that we can get our places up to 99%. Or what's our current satisfaction? Yeah, so we want just a little bit over that. So I think this probably makes a little bit more sense. Because prosperity is so strong. And it lets you, like, get your prosperity up. I agree. Koreans really like their horses. Big true. This also makes, you know, you're gonna get plus 10% location satisfaction for every point of religious tolerance, and this is also part of why going spiritualist is good. But also, you don't want to tax them literal 0, I don't think. I don't know if it's worth it for this bonus as much as the location satisfaction. Location satisfaction is already at 99, then you're fine. This feels very meta to me because all the peasants don't revolt, therefore the locations to rebel. You get revolts from other stuff, but yeah. Should Diplo/court spending go to pops? Buy orders don't make sense. I think that it should get, like, currently, this is like, the metagame is like to just not pay this stuff because it's like an incinerator unless you absolutely have to. But yeah, that's probably correct. Consider also by reducing enfranchisement, you give nobles more income to drive your demand in your markets. They like better goods. They don't demand any more goods if they get more money. That has 0 effect on their demand. That's like a Vic 3 thing. They just demand it if they exist. They There is a mechanic for it, but it doesn't work properly. It's binary. If they pass the threshold by which they start demanding the thing, with their amount of income, they just always demand it from a location. So functionally speaking, eventually they're going to pip it at least once. And so, yeah. And they reset satisfaction. If you didn't waste all their ducats on rebel support, you wouldn't care about it at all, and just tax them to 1%. Well, they build more trash buildings. And you don't like the trash buildings if they're unsatisfied, and they build RGOs in worse locations, like actively bad locations. So I think you care a little bit, but just not a lot. What's the average satisfaction for a country without unique advances? About 65? I mean, there's a bunch of moving parts, so I don't think you could, like, just, like, look at it that way, but we could just hover, a pop to, like, take a look at what it is for, like, the laborers, for example. Primary culture, we get, base is 25. Primary culture, we get 25. If we have, let's call it 3 tolerance, we would get another 15. Like, if they're your primary religion, right? So that'd get up to 60. So yeah, maybe call baseline being around 60 or something like this. Speaking of, we should give out more tribesman privileges, because we actually have a decent amount of tribesmen. Oh no, we've given out all the good ones. Just kidding. Didn't mean it. Is dev an important modifier for spreading institutions? I feel like it is. Yeah, institution growth. I don't think it's a really important one. It's not a big portion of what's driving the needle on institutions or pushing the needle. Like, if we take a look at the modifiers, development is just kind of a drop in the bucket. Toll Castle's really good, though. I don't know, they build other bad buildings. Yeah, I just meant in a general sense, the bad buildings versus... You want them building RGOs over building bad buildings, right? But, like, if your RGOs are fully expanded, maybe it doesn't matter too much. I think we can let the Gunnar squad handle this. Yeah. Actually, do they not have a fort? They have one fort. So let's raise this to handle the fort. Or just to make sure that someone's always sieging the fort. Don't a lot of bad buildings get more elite pops, which gives more demand? Yeah, but I don't think it's, like, worth the, like, nobles power or whatever. We can take a look at the bad buildings in our country real quick. For those of you who don't know, you can click on this. And you could also sort by control, by, like, doing this, to see which ones you can delete. I think the breakpoint's, like, 75%. Yeah, so what you could do is you could just do this, if you want to manually delete, and then find the ones that you could delete. So 10 possible nobles. One of the issues here is that it is using up a slot for buildings, a building slot, and 10 nobles is like the equivalent stimulus of 100 burgers. You'd prefer to have a burger building here. But local noble food consumption, where is this? This is in Kano. They don't consume a tremendous amount of food because, but per pop they consume a lot. And so this is taking 6 food. So of the total food cost, this is maybe 5%. So this increases, the total food consumption, which is maybe dropping like by around 5 or 6%, something like this. The amount of growth we are getting on pops, from the food sources, basically, both the food price sources and also what we're getting from large food storage, which admittedly right now is not that big a deal. What, did we click on the wrong location? Kano. Okay. Okay, so it's decreasing by like 5%. So we're losing around 0.01 or 0.2% pop growth from it. We also don't like a demand profile of anything that uses or I'm fairly confident we don't like the demand profile of anything that uses tar. It's not using a lot of tar though. But like this toll castle, in Kano specifically, where we have a bunch of guys with whom to increase the food consumption, I think we don't like it. I think if it was in a rural location that didn't have a lot of pops, this would be fine and much better. Double tolls, no channel, because she bad. Oh man. If you can filter like 60%, you can see cab action, you want to micro delete the building. Yeah, but I think that like we don't want the Umara to get minus 10% satisfaction from our deleting it, so we're not going to do that. Deletion is so ungodly expensive. I think, is that one of the things where it's not that expensive if we had a lot of crown power? This might be one where it's not very expensive if we had a lot, but we're not in a world where we are, so we're not going to delete that ish. Some of the ones with really nasty power modifiers are bad too. I do like the burgers one that gives prod efficiency, but let's turn off this. But like this is just bad. Like it's not employing enough burgers either to like give the stimulus. Like in Kano specifically, we'd rather have an additional level of a burger building. But like, I think this one is okay. It's not giving much power to the burgers and prod efficiency is good. I think it's good. Would it be worth moving around the local buildings to local governors to delete those buildings? That's like, I mean, moving the local governor is really cheap. I think I would go insane doing that, but yeah, it might be. I think you said it as a joke, but that actually might be worth it. I just like, I don't want to play like that. You get deletion prices down to 1%. Yeah, it's over 1%. Maybe it's worth. If you're really huge, it wouldn't be worth, but. Depends on pop count. Usually flat benefit scaling cost. Yeah. You can usually have good control on population centers. They end up building in rural borderlands. The only ones I like are Toll Castle and prod efficiency one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the modern day philosopher Young Thug. so I cannot comment on his discography too well. Alright, so the only deviation we might make is it might make more sense for us to not grab... I think we want to make a new subject, North Benin, and then feed him all of South Benin as well. Maybe not even all. Leave these 2 locations for this guy. Okay, but from here I think we just annex. We lost our spy network, so we're losing out on some maps, but I think that's fine. Is it though? Because we could just fight him again. I'm just gonna give this guy the stuff. And then we have a preference, a slight that this is the capital. I think we release these as 2 subjects, so they just have the bejesus out of this. And then custom subject here. Vassal. I'm not sure if these guys are eligible for rule for us, and we would be giving them additional dev here, so let's do that. And then we want to give them everything but Benin, if possible. I'm not sure if it's possible, though. Because this is all the Benin province? Yeah, Benin province is also huge. Or South Benin. Looks like it's not possible, but he gets all that at least. And then I guess we'll take this guy who has the cotton and feed him this one other location. And then this other guy will feed him 1 location as well. And then, yeah, we've got it handled. Oh, we should have humiliated him. Womp womp. Damn it. No coalition anymore. Current map mode for this type of thing. Oh. Mali is annexing, guys. Mali's gonna pop like a fat zit, man. There's only one nap thief, and it's the generalist. Call me the Sandman. Wait, Would it be the... It'd be the opposite of the Sandman, huh? Damn it. The Sandman is the giver of naps. I am the nap bringer. Alright. Some auto expands going on that stuff. Kind of have some proximity here, kind of making some moves. Maybe set up auto expands a little bit different. I think this just builds the first level of the market village. God, this... I love this mod so much. Unfortunately, it'll build even when the masonry is expensive, but look at that! Oh, baby! They're building one everywhere. I don't think it takes too long for it to pay for itself as well, in terms of usefulness. Oh, baby, a triple. I think we could settle the tribesmen in Canal. And this will be pretty good. Batman fights naps, got it, yeah. Bro, naming the professional army Blackguard or not today? I don't think I'm gonna name... I don't think so. I don't have a professional army anyways. Is that because we're from Africa? Or... Let's see. We could push jurisprudence out a little bit. Try and push conciliatory. Is Dakota affordable as KANEM? As I believe you have to culture flip. My understanding is we have to culture flip to these guys, which is the plan. To Hausa. We unlock another government reform. To be honest, Mission to Civilize is actually kind of okay for us right now, but Tolerance to the True Faith would also be good. Fort maintenance, we're just not using forts right now. Let's go actually internal mission. We can change it up. I don't think we're that close to pushing naval, so... I don't think we want that much satisfaction on them. I think 65 is kind of okay for what we're trying to do. Trying to get most of these places up to like 99% satisfaction and not over push it. I've never seen this cool menu before. This is a mod. I guess maybe let's show the class what mods we're using real quick because we get asked this a lot. Can't have fried chicken and guardians. We're definitely not naming the army that. Okay, we're using no road connection requirements, more QOL. We're doing this mainly because I think that the road connection to capital requirement for dev is a bit silly. And then localization, specialization, QOL, auto expand, forked is what you just saw with the auto expand. Maybe no winter attrition, because otherwise you have to micro your brains out if you play someplace where there is winter attrition. It's really unfun. And then unique events tab, which we'll show right now, but this lets you look at your unique content in terms of events that can spawn, which allows you to much better see what's going on. You're much more like Prometheus than the Sandman. We're still talking about the Goon Squad. You can hire one mercenary boat to get naval push. Can we hire a merc boat? I don't think we need it just yet, but that's very good to know. That's very cute. That makes sense. Parolson, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Right now, we value being able to actually trade with people to some degree. If we lose our land push, like, we will only be able to trade like in 3 places. And this is probably why long-term the capital's got to move, because Kano's never gonna be hyper high value, which sucks. Just because like we're only gonna be able to trade with 3 markets. This isn't Jabal Shamar. Victory, what's this? This is Jabal Shamar in EU5. Actually, for the real OGs, this is like Damagram. The real Victory OGs. Does Victoria have something like this? Oh, here, I meant to show this. Build one thing and everything. Victory's like auto-expand feature is like kind of okay. Or it's pretty good. This being able to build one of everything, one of the thing everywhere is like crazy nice. It's way less micro. And we could also turn it off temporarily. Because just like, this is the metagame, dogs. You just want one market village everywhere. But here we can see all of our events. What the flavor text is. What the triggers are, what the effects are. Not perfectly, because some of these don't translate. Some of it just says, like, does series of scripted events, we know not what, type of thing. But you can figure out what you should need to be doing. If you're asking the Victoria question about this is like the equivalent of Victoria 3's journal. Usually steel maps up to Portugal to get naval route for trade. Oh, you're so true, bestie. Actually. No, this is what we should be doing. Alright, so now we're getting... Is there anything else we want to kind of set to automate yet? I don't think we want to set libraries to automate, but that's kind of going to be the next one. We could set this to, if we have at least 5 wood RGOs, that's going to plop down a sawmill. Brother. Insane. I think we could actually, we're okay with that for the smelter, actually. Look at it! Look at that! Look at that! It's so good! Watch the Lake Chadlands become ultra secondary despite being the place of the original capital. Yeah, no, that's exactly what's gonna happen. It's just, and it's not even like bad RGOs. To be fair, location size is also a factor here. The big locations will just always kind of suck. But like, yeah, I mean, the capital might come back down to around Benin. It might even just be Benin. That might actually just be the capital. That makes sense. In the near-ish future, if we're forming like Pan-Africa, obviously the capital comes here or here, but... What does this give? I don't think that's good. I don't know if everyone saw the modifier, but... But yeah, like, currently I haven't... The mod is currently bugged for releasable nations, and that's actually why I didn't, I think it was yesterday and the day before, didn't continue the USA run, just because the auto-expand mod, I do not want to play without this mod. Like, to me this is like a must-have mod. Especially because in the UI, it's actually, for the market villages, like, specifically, that's so nice, because it's actually a huge pain in the ass to get that to do what you want. Bountiful harvest. Okay. I think we're going to do this, because the push towards individualism will eventually break that back somewhere. Right now, the stat is actually really nice. Pro-armies is almost spread everywhere. Banking's going to be... I think we could just let pro-armies finish spreading. Actually, let's do this for the research speed. Yeah. Do it for the research speed, baby. We have to embrace it eventually. And then army maintenance would matter. We might just go for tactics. God, reminds me of chess. Tricks are for kids. But like, actually. The kids play for tricks. Why can't they just make market proximity the same as proximity, instead of some province size bullshit? Well, to be fair, I think province size should maybe matter for regular proximity, but that would be a turbo uber nerf to, like, Africa, basically. Africa has huge location sizes, and, like, Central Asia. But, like, location size is, like, it means you get bad density. You get bad density per market in terms of number of locations, which is worse than it used to be with some of the new modifiers. Like, producing stuff within a market matters now. Kind of trying to see what we should maybe colonize. I think we are currently colonizing something, are we not? Yeah, we are. I think it's over here. Yeah, it is. The clay. God, the nobles, like, we haven't expanded, like, any RGOs. The nobles, like, getting to expand RGOs is just so strong. Alright, so we have all of this province. I think we might dev it. And then, in general, we'll prefer commoners if it's at all close. Although, it's not very close, is it? Because giving commoners percentage power is it's the least negative for you. I think we'd like to just have that bonus, and I think that a lot of our parliaments are going to be really nice now. We actually don't mind gaining progress towards plutocracy, because we're just sliding towards aristocracy anyways. And we would love to request additional taxes and do the other stuff. Or pass this. Pretty nice. Not as nice. I think the auto build stuff is the favorite thing I've added to the mod. It also takes into account how much supply the construction gives your market, so it should avoid building too much at once. Oh, does it really? That's so sick. That was like that was my one concern. I was like, oh, I don't want to flush all my masonry. God, so good. Just like insane work on the mod. I don't know if you saw my like the first EU5 video I made, which was like the Korea intro video. When I had access to the game in April. But like there's like two kind of comments I made that I was like, yeah, I don't know about this. This is a problem, or this is what I would want included. And one of them was that I thought price collapses were funny, and now I'm just kind of okay with it. And then the two was like, absolutely you need auto expand if you want to like engage like with the economics like in like a meaningful way, because it's just so much clicking. And so like of everything that's like in the game, like this is what I think most should be folded into vanilla, basically. We should have made this a separate country so we'd get the huge amount of dyes, whatever. God, we really want to pip the is bigger than other guy. That's gonna be nice. Oh, I think the person I'm smoking at, the person who talked about this is just super correct. This isn't just about being able to push naval, this is about being able to choose who the governor, the future person in charge is. Oh, I'm stupid though. I should have hide it for longer. And we'll just try and remember that we need to do the things. But here, I don't know which one's the long-term one. Put our ruler in charge of this one. Wait, where'd it go? And he's gonna die real soon. And in this, we could put in charge the person who we want to take charge of the country. Guess we'll have this be the placeholder, but now we need to do the span. Making UU subject near OO subject gives plus 50% pop growth. Does it now? Do you plan on moving the capital long term? Maybe a bit down to Benin, kind of eyeballing Benin, to be honest. There's a lot of pops down here. There's a little bit amount of dev. Where it's at is kind of okay, but super long term, probably to Egypt or Mali even, something like this. I think the auto build stuff, or we already read that. Can we guess land capital's meta? Because I always see players rushing for a coast capital and rush naval. Land capital is not meta. There's like two elements going on there that are like meaningfully important. One is you have to push naval or you're trolling. Somewhat long term. Just because we don't have the actual potential to put in a naval governor. Although we could Arda here. I think we're not going to push it right now, but eventually we do have to push naval. Because it gives 2 extra governors, and it just, like, shouldn't give more governors, but 2, yeah, it's also better for protecting control, just generally. We could push quantity. Quantity's a little bit better. I think we actually push aristocracy to the extent that we can here. Push it back up. We are looking for one of these guys that can lead a boat. Holy shit, we gotta get rid of that. It's not gonna get way cheaper, and we want architectural visionary. We have a need for a certain thing, which is these guys. So this guy will become the new heir. Lo and behold. Now we have, as our heir, an architectural visionary to build up our great nation from not very good to less not very good. Or more not very good? Not sure exactly how that works. But he has ass stats, so I think we're gonna continue to do this. I don't get this whole nobility expand RGO thing. I played as Russia with plus 600 ducat balance, and they expanded RGO like 5 times through 100 years. I think I'm doing something wrong. Do you have like infinite control? They get a lot of income based on stuff where you don't have a lot of control. Or you want like free subjects. They don't get as much money if you go like free subjects. I'm sure you'll have a location set up to do, yeah, we will. To do printing press. We do need to try and actually steal maps to be able to spawn. Or we can't spawn colonization, but we can spawn printing press. But this is also part of why us getting onto what is it? Renaissance first is kind of nice because we need universities. We just have so many freaking pops here. I think that we want it here and we want it in the capital of that market. I think those will be good. And once the first one finishes, it'll open up the laws for us a little bit. How are we doing on the tribesmen? We're getting there. Progress is being made. Another thing about having a bunch of subjects is they also get rid of the tribesmen, or do a pretty good job about it. We will continue to check. I wish there was a way we could search. Actually, no, we can't search for architectural visionary, unfortunately. Being able to search traits would be nice. But this guy's a little bit better. And he's super young. He is from the nobility estate, so we didn't even need to pull out the, guys can't serve as rulers. Can we? No, we can't. So we have 2 architectural visionaries. We maybe just kind of let it ride. Who's your overlord, dude? Molly? We need a lot for maps. I think we could steal Tlemcen's maps at the same time while we're at it, though. Can't wait till we don't have to pay for stab anymore. They can handle it. Is there any valid reason for nobles not creating a demand for fine cloth in any of your markets? Multiple 30+ dev locations there have is good religion, culture. So for fine cloth, I'm not sure if fine cloth even has a requirement on. So some of these have requirements. In terms of they have to be making a certain amount of money. Okay, yeah. So they need to have more income relative to their expenses. But usually once the location flips to turning on the nobility fine cloth consumption, it never turns off. But it could be the case that they don't have enough income relative to expenses. Although this is probably weird. Unless you're just like at game start that you're experiencing this, so I'm not 100% sure. Possible that it hasn't been updated yet? Yeah. Can you imagine the future historians commenting on the actions of players throughout EU5? I could not. Pivotal nature of admiralty election, ensuring the best leadership, building the nation. This is how you build up the nation. You guys might not like it, you guys might think it's roads and infrastructure, but it's actually putting the right man on a boat. And then also putting the wrong man on a boat. Oh, did we lost the... Here. We want that to auto-renew. Wait, what the hell? You gave them independence, you freaking hack. Stupid. Strumpet, strumpet, strumpet. Oh. God damn it, dude. We didn't control that war. I don't think there's anything we could do different. I mean, we could have tried to get, like, a insurmountable advantage or faster or something. So stupid. Alright. It's not a big deal. We don't like the consumption profile of that one bit. I think we're interested in getting max literacy relatively quick. I think we'll go with this for the prosperity and then straight to max literacy. At some point I had 2/3 integrated country and full serfdom aristocracy combo and they didn't do anything. That's wild as hell. I would have to take a closer look at the file. I'm not sure exactly what that could even be. Just like off the top of my head, that seems crazy. Again, preferring the commoners just generally because they're gonna negatively affect crown power less, and we have like booty crown power. We'll continue to have booty crown power. Booty, 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 rocking the back. The most reliable place to see if goods are actually demanding is the opening the panel for fine cloth and hovering over the icons and pops next to pop feeds. Yeah, but you want to look at it through like locations too. Like if you're trying to diagnose exactly what's going on, I think you have to go through location. But yeah, I'm not sure these are always consistent with each other. But you do this. See, these guys are not demanding fine cloth. It's not above 20 dev, but here, these nobles should be demanding fine cloth. Now, that doesn't mean that they are, but that means that they should be. They're not. Let's see if these nobles are. No, these ones aren't either. So we have an issue, right? Let's look at the fine cloth consumption. See that needs of the nobles is half a ducat, but it really should be a lot more because our highest pop places to not have the nobles consuming them, or there is an underlying issue here, and it could be a UI like issue where they actually are consuming it. It's just hidden in the UI. You had such a hard time rolling Architectural Visionary. As a theocracy, you just spam this until you get it. Tlemcen survived, that's gotta be pretty rare. It is a little unusual not to see them mix it up. I wonder if, also maybe a little bit unfortunate from our perspective. Viceroyality of Arguin suggests some interesting things going on. I think we go for development. We're already developing the good province. Maybe Diplo rep. The thing is, well, we're improving relations with some of our subjects now. I guess that'll probably be okay. How do you access auto expand menu? Where you set the control of the number of buildings. It's a mod. It's QOL auto expand, but the forked version specifically has this. Although the person working on the original mod started working on it again, so. But if we right click on this, we open up this. I think also we just want to set padlock canals to auto go, so. And in theory, we should only do padlock canals that are meaningful for proximity, but it's just like, it's so easy to mess that up. We might set all libraries now as well, because the clergy don't build libraries anymore. So let's do that. So it adds a bunch of libraries here. Just need to pray for boat-blessed RNG. When you own the boats, you own the RNG. Someone would say we should just tax them into absolute oblivion. I don't know how I feel about that as a strategy. But we could give them that one privilege that we haven't handed out yet. If we do curtail the nobility. Oh, we also get educational elites here. Where we're going to choose the missionary one. To get basically instant conversion speed. Yeah. Because the university finished. And then here we have curtail the nobility. I think we're going to go for. Does hurt their satisfaction, but we're going to slot in the thing that gives them satisfaction. Blocks them from cabinets, kind of fine. We could go rural noble authority, actually. Because this gives us serfdom trend. This person in chat was talking earlier about low taxing the commoners. And one of the ideas behind the serfdom trend is it lets us slot in more commoner privileges, which gives them more satisfaction, but you can also just tax them less. And rural noble authority like lets us do that, but also gives us fortification maintenance, which we can stack to minus 90% as a theocracy. But I don't think we're going to try and stimmy up the economy. That, as an economic stimulus, is much better in the 4th Age when you get bastions, because you don't want to make a bunch of, like, tar buildings, which is, like, a big part of the demand of the forts early on. So I think curtail maybe makes sense here. And then in order to get enough satisfaction, we go for this. Which is going to give them quite a bit of satisfaction. And then we will be able to tax these guys at a higher rate once it finishes coming in on in. We have the commoners taxed so that this is around 99%. Subjects will troll you at the same time you get occupations on revolts and not on them. Yeah, I don't know. I feel big trolled. Why would 500 nobles need 1/5 of a sword? Because only one of them is willing to fight. 499 out of 500 nobles is coward. Alright. We'll have that kind of spreading in here soon, too. God, we're not even really going to be that far behind, starting as Benin. So... Garrison system was part of us eventually getting minus 90%. I don't think we want to slot a garrison system now. To be fair, it's generally you're a little bit more pressured than you used to be. You're a little bit more pressured than you used to be on the oh my god, my brain. On your gov reform slots, because you have to do the naval ones now. But I think the naval ones were good before anyway, so... We have more cultural tradition now that we built the universities, which is really nice. It's going to help us annex these guys a lot faster. that's decent during its ticking, and it gives us the most support, so yeah, let's go support Clerical Cabinet. We're gonna cruise through our laws and see if there's laws that we think we want to change here. I don't think that we need that Sharia for an event. I think favor of the wealthy is better. Cortejo nobility, obviously we just put it in. We have strict censorship. We could change to same religion. Yeah, let's do that. So let's contain meritocracy. Can we type same? No. We have to type in the... Forget what the heir religion. Yeah, we want it same religion. Actually, hold up. Yeah, same religion. Which is going to let us tax these guys more. And still hold the higher satisfaction. And then... I think that'll be good for us. We'll call that a parliament. We could request additional taxes. Does it really give us that much? We're gonna be... Oh, well, I guess we'll get... Wait, what happened? Why do we have so much satisfaction equilibrium? Wait, what the frick? We did not need to give out that privilege if we had that amount of satisfaction equilibrium. It was really unnecessary. God damn it. I think we want the taxes. I'm a greedy man. I'm a pig. Nobles give a lot. The extra bit on the nobles gives us more. Oh wait, that's not. There we go. Did it? Yeah, did it tick this up? Stab is expensive. Gonna love not paying for it soon. Actually, I don't think we need anything that has like stab costs, so... Actually... Gonna love like adding 40% of margin. Is monarchy the only one that cares about legitimacy? Basically. Hordes need to max it as well? Yeah. In my opinion, hordes are like additional content, or like it's not. What is this? Alright, we'll let the goon squad handle them, I guess. Forked version, got it, yeah. Rabat is bad inputs, but you can build it everywhere. -5 unrest helps taxing estates below equilibrium. I'm not sure we want to, though. Good squad's got this. Right? Goon squad, please. Did we just annex them? Bro, we just want them as a subject. You like not? Rebel or something? Don't think that's really worth. I think we could survive that. Satisfaction's looking pretty good. But these guys, not as much. And that's because they're the wrong religion, but the conversion should be happening real fast now. Now that we've 26x'd it. Because of education of the missionaries. Should be real fast. Also, the new subjects we make should be Sunni, so that'll help as well. The one problem is we can't make slaves, but we have slave rating, so we will in another way. I just registered that I wanted stab. I didn't even like read the other thing. But end market will have infinite wood after the lumber output tech makes tar less of an issue. That's fair. State power dragging down max tax on the nobles. Not by that much. They are powerful, but they're somewhat kept in check by the Ulama, but yeah, minus 8% on their max tax. These guys, we want to tax them so they're like around 85 or something. So. Glass, lumber. One of the issues right now for us is that we don't have too much like actual stuff we could put lumber in. I think we were looking for a colonial charter place. We'll just do it here. It's relatively low pops. I think we have the manpower building we can build. So we can scout. We don't get a manpower building. So our ability to explore this is kind of awkward. Unless we go for the manpower tech. Which kind of don't want to. Unless we have to. Which we might. Don't like any of that. I think we're gonna actually look to embrace bureaucracy once we finish this. Zoholan, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. You lose access to tech due to changing culture, religion, tag, or capital, and then access it again. Is it researched? It stays researched. You just like lose it or gain it back. I keep legitimacy around 85, so I can pick the journal events with positive without it feeling bad. I don't have it in me to micro that hard, but yeah, in theory that might be better. In theory, I think it's actually probably... Well, I'm not sure if it's better. Kosarjo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But, yeah. Is it better to have colonies or direct control? Well, technically, you can kind of cheese naval governors if you're using exploits. If you're using exploits, it's probably better to have direct control, but otherwise colonies are probably better. Mainly because of pop growth and dev growth. Thanks, longtime fan of you on YouTube. Welcome to Twitch. We're also on YouTube if you prefer the UI through YouTube. As well, though. Daju insulted us. A grave mistake made by Daju. Methinks we get maps. Methinks we get maps. Wah! Wait, can we put our ruler in charge? Where is he? Where is Harvey Dent? There he is. Terrible leader, but we hope he dies. W. Rengar. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Real W there by Rengar. We can do this. And not trying to actually full annex Daju, I don't think, here. That's a nice one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? Not like that. Don't do that. Oh my god. The morale is so painful. God, we still might win it, but it's really punty. It's my bad. This should be fine. The morale loss on the Omega huge locations is really big. They just stack wipe them, yeah. I don't think we need to bother with this, but just in case we do. Did I split the wrong army? Yeah, I did. Really just want maps more than anything. And then trying to take maps from up here first. I think Cilicia is up here. Okay. We'll look to get. Hi, YouTube peasants, says the Twitch chat. You gonna let them talk to you about that? Come back to Twitch, I prefer it and feel less ignored nowadays. I must admit, I have an aggregated, chat thing that I read. So it's about the same. Although the Twitch donos go in where the YouTube donos do not. They get, like, stuck in the chat, so for donoing specifically, it's actually probably... You get noticed more easily on Twitch, but Twitch takes a bigger cut. It's probably not optimal from my perspective. But also, I prefer people to just do whatever's convenient for them. Alright, let's embrace this and queue up the stuff. We do want to research... We get a discount on previous age texts. That is from the previous age. And the age is about to flip. So that's kind of why we pivoted to start focusing on this one, on this tree specifically. And then we have a little bit of stuff in here. Loyalty of subjects is good. So we'll go for this-ish. I don't think we need unemployed slave promotion because we're going to promote him just by converting him, so... Are we trying to get a lot of pops out of here? I don't think so. We are slave raiding a lot of pops to Benin. We need a diplomat, got it. I was thinking of paying Tall Australia. Any ideas for the playthrough? You say Australia, right? Yeah. I mean, you're going to want to start out as... It depends on how committed you are to the Australia bit, but starting out as Majapahit makes a lot of sense. Oh no, it doesn't make sense. You have to start out as someone who can make that a colonial kingdom. Like, if you actually want to play Australia. Maybe China would make sense to start at, but you want to explore absolutely everything, and then get everything started colonizing all simultaneously, so it all finishes at once. Kind of like what I did with the recent USA run. Actually, let's take a little bit of a look around. Riss is doing pretty hot. Vijayanagar's not doing anything. Give him the "come on, do something" speech. That's just impossible that they... Yeah. EU5 go, thank you, much appreciated. Maps cost too much war score. From a simulation perspective, I agree. From a game balance perspective, I kind of disagree, because they're the most expensive thing, but we're going to forego gold for maps. Maps should maybe scale... like with gold cost or something like this. Surely this guy knows there's no chance he survives, right? And he's just over this? Yeah, he is over this. Me too. Thanks, bud. Thanks for the maps. And then Tlemcen, we can steal map. Iberian West Coast. Not sure Granada's long for this world, but I guess we could steal maps from Granada as well. Trying to get... I think we're gonna be too slow on the getting the new world stuff though. Or actually, we couldn't have spawned it anyways. So I don't know why we're... We actually just want to be able to get vision on these guys. The other stuff doesn't really matter. I think we're gonna look to get South Benin province. So we're gonna look to be able to annex the people who are part of it. MG Market. I think MG Market's fine, it's just all the war stuff. And we'll repeatedly steal maps from that guy. I was thinking Hawaii, play from early game. Starting from Hawaii is going to be super miserable. I think Hawaii specifically has issues. They might have fixed them. Are your burgers demanding fine cloth? That's a little bit of a difficult story to tell the answer to. See, when we look through here, oh nope, they're demanding it. It's updated, so they are. You do have to get over 20 dev for them to start demanding fine cloth. Notably. How do we get a new? We shouldn't have disbanded the entire military. We want to do this. We want to hire them from max. We want to try and kill our ruler. I mean, our ruler is a brave man who wants to explore. A brave, brave man. I think we automatically have fleet-based rights, do we? We have no naval range anyway. No, we don't. That means we're gonna automatically attrition. We can't ask for it. God, my kingdom for this tooltip, like, actually working. Oh, they did fix it. You don't have to hover, like, the perfect corner. We have ports. Okay. Alright. Well, we're gonna put this guy out to pasture and hope that he dies. Paid a lot for the opportunity to maybe kill him. I think we want to de-urbanize this. It is flatlands, but it's not farmlands like the other things are. In the same province as iron. I played tall American natives, just as long as you know. Where do you think your capital will end up being? It's probably pretty good here for now, but super long term, we're probably looking to rat out to Egypt or over here. Basically missed the first stream. Just kind of, the first stream was just kind of getting our feet underneath ourselves. Now we're actually, like, expanding and doing stuff. Kind of. I think, let's do this. Oh wait, cancel that. We're about to lose a big chunk of prestige, but we have... Could I either spend it all or just accept that we're gonna lose like 10? I think we do want to accept Edo eventually. It's cost us 2 capacity. But we could tolerate it. For now. Oh, it's minus 20 prestige. I mean, I guess we should just increase our cultural opinion of it. That doesn't make it cheaper for us to do stuff, but we're about to just lose the prestige. Just perma never high prestige is the cost of being a theocracy. I don't think there's another value we can really push here. Africa looks interesting in that regard. Well, KANEM is like... KANEM has really, really high potential upside. Like, so KANEM Empire is like decent if that's like your shtick. Yeah, one of the issues with this being the capital though is that we don't want an interior market. So even if it could be the case that maybe this ends up being like the capital or somewhere in here. Splitting two markets or something like this, where Benin market gets to be okay. Medium-ish term, I think we're trying to annex the people around Benin, though. Subject to Mali. So I guess it's coming to a head here. Oh, we forgot to bring the ship back to port. Womp womp. Can this guy die already? Efficiency cabinet's kind of alright, but... Still building a spy center in Tlemcen. I think we just go for... We need to steal a couple maps, but I think we need to steal this one from Tlemcen. Just to be able to trade more. Can't touch the Arguin market. I don't know if they had the only town there, or if that town... I think that town got created by their parliament. Hacks, basically. Oh, that's kind of cute. If you only have two locations, one is the perfectly worst gradient, and the other's the perfectly best. This is a big part of why our capital's over here, is like all of our pops are here. A lot of these guys are slaves, but they're slaves that are getting promoted out. Because they're getting converted to Sunni. I'm a fiend for dev. We're also getting close to 20 there, close-ish. We are deving that province, I think. Number situation's awkward. We don't own a lot of woods or farmlands, so we can't build any more lumber ourselves. But once this annex finishes, we get a couple more, I think. Not a ton. But I think, or we just get one more province, we can add lumber. Kind of just waiting for next stage. We have 2 that we want to slot in. There's a lot of things we're waiting for on the next stage, basically. How many loud cars today? Quite a lot. We even did a loud car impression earlier. I rolled past my neighbor's window. You missed it. Support religious education's fantastic. Allows us to push to max innovative, or gives us another thing in addition to the university thing that can roll. Also just gives us research progress when we pass it, and monthly literacy is really nice when we have these markets all over the place, market villages. So I think this guy's head of cabinet, so let's have him push innovative now, and then Kano is kind of what we want out. Alright, that's probably fine. We'll let the goon squad grab him. Just seeing if we can roll a better architectural visionary, basically. Kind of a little bit greedy. Whoever we put in charge of the boat does become the successor. Soon Castile will start colonizing, at least it makes institutions faster. Yeah, that's what, yeah. It does make institutions faster. Especially the colonial one, that'll actually be kind of nice. Oh, did we forget to click our buttons? We did. Alright. We want to actually pass this, but I think we have more than enough, so let's request additional taxes. And then we get bellicose movement. Serfdom support we're actually into. Burger mansions, I think, are the bad ones. They are. So into bricking those too. Can't easily get to another 100%, so. I'm not sure I think we prefer the gold to the stab though, so let's just do this. Then we annex Kong. When we release them, they will release as a theocracy, so it's better for us to release stuff. Let's release historical. I don't know if they get released as a... If we do historical, I'm not sure if they get released as a theocracy, but I do think they do. I'm not 100% sure, though. Yeah, they get released as Sunni. And are they a theocracy? I can't tell. How do we tell? Yeah, okay, there we go. They are a theocracy. I don't have eyes. We tell with the eyes. Flying Ryan, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Top line, yeah. Are you baptized? I believe I am. I'm an atheist, though. Why can't we make a CB? Oh, we don't have a diplomat. Alright, fair. Theocracy of Kong. Gotcha. They don't have a university though, so they won't convert everything quite as fast, but... monthly literacy is going to be tremendous. Oh wow, we can even push innovative still even more? Even without the parliament? Yikes. I think that gives us more tax income. But we want to do that. Looks like we can barely keep up on the burgers tax. Let's do that for them. I think we'll ignore his depravity. I think we will ignore his depravity for now. I think we'll click the ignore button on that depravity. Looks like these guys are dev provincing, yeah. We're Maliki. I don't know if all these guys that we release are Maliki too. I think that these guys are not the right religion. Yeah, they're not. So they're probably, even with dev province, they're probably not getting that much dev. They're getting 0.66, and what we're getting is, yeah, more with, or well, we are deving. If we aren't deving, in provinces that we aren't deving, we're currently getting 0.6, but we're going to get another 0.002 from Architectural Visionary once that eventually kicks through, so that'll be good. I think that actually might trickle down towards our fiefdoms though. AD is going theocracy, you should be ashamed, at least be agnostic. Technically, if I'm talking to an academic, I'm agnostic. Let's do this before the market village gets put in, because I think that's what we want there. And then let's annex this guy. All according to plan. But now we have way more cultural influence than them. But also, we're gonna need devotion for this. So we will wait until our devotion ticks down to 19, so we get the event that ticks us up to 39, and then we're going to push the devotion up to 50. Which I think makes us want stab again, because we're about to take a big stab hit. Oh wait, is this guy even the right culture? No, wait, we don't need it, because it's a majority. Or not majority, it's dominant. Majority is something else. We're gonna start urbanizing a lot of this too, and put a bunch of these things on auto-expanding, specifically the granaries, to help with the pop growth. Especially now that we're starting to get some of the... I don't know if we want the rice urbanized. I guess it doesn't have access to... Probably okay. As close-ish to the capital, or we'll probably have a governor here at the very least, in the long term, but... Okay. Woohoo, legislative efficiency. Not gonna lie, I was confused for a minute whether the religious stuff was whether you're actually IRL or the ruler. No, I'm... yeah. IRL, I'm not religious. That's actually usually the way I phrase it to people, but if someone asked if I was an atheist, I would just say yes. Unless it was like in an academic context, because the technical definition for atheist I do not fit. I have not seen sufficient evidence for the existence of God. If I saw sufficient evidence, I would believe in God. I do not believe the claim specifically, like, as it is, like, in the Western philosophical academic tradition, in terms of the way that they phrase propositions. The, like, hard atheist position would be, it is false that at least one deity exists. It would be, like, couched like this. And that is not how I would assert my claim. Like, it's not an assertion of non-existence. It's a statement of, I have not seen any evidence. But also, I don't think that any evidence is forthcoming. So if I'm talking to a non-academic, like if I'm talking to someone who's like, you know, just like not coming from a philosophical academic background where you're going to super nitpick the words, I tell them that I'm an atheist, because some people, like, if you tell them you're agnostic, they take it as also an invitation to, like, proselytize to you, that you're, like, super receptive and open to them trying to convince you that their religion is true, and I'm not. Like, I believe me, I've seen, like, every argument for the existence of God, because that's a big part of what you study in philosophy. You study all the OG like philosophers, like, that's what they were writing about. So, that's what you study. Now, technically, this is a separatist government type, which will annex faster. So, it's a little bit cheeky, but technically I think we actually want this as a subject and just to feed everyone's territory to them. At least now. We will let the Goon Squad handle this. Was wondering what you would do a vid on all the country-specific estate privileges. I'm not planning on doing that at this juncture because, like, I haven't, like, played with all of them, so, like, my reference experience isn't there, although I've played with a lot of them at this point. And I feel like it wouldn't do as hot. I would be more likely to do top 5 unique privileges type of video, where it's, like, highlighting the very best ones, rather than just going through them all. It takes forever to go through them all. So when you annex someone, you get all their subjects. But I'm not 100% sure that there's not something tricky and weird when this is... because this is a different subject type. These guys are a separatist, secessionist kingdom, which specifically they can be annexed 5 times as fast. So that's what we're talking about. So we want to annex these guys, and then my understanding is that'll give us, since these guys are subject to these guys, that'll give us them quickly. So we will do that. Now they're our subject. We have good relations with them. And now we will feed this location to this guy. Eventually. Okay, now that we've done that, we want to pay for this. I've forgotten why. Something we wanted to do that takes it. Why did we want... we needed 50 for something. Flipping our culture. That's what it was. That's going to be a pretty big stab hit too. So, we're kind of getting everything set up. Non-negotiable, you go admin focus now with how good mercs are. The merc modifiers are here. And also some other good stuff. To be fair, actually, the pop conversion speed as a theocracy is not as good. I think 2 instances of building cost when we actually have building cost tech ourselves is also just a pretty big game, though. I really do like some of the things in here, I just think we can't do it. I think our capital, is there capital in, okay, it's in Sahel, which is an important distinction. Sahel has a coast, so it's actually good, you can colonize out of Sahel. If you're landlocked region in your capital, you don't colonize very well, so from where we're at, we can actually colonize just fine. We don't want to swap to Confederal Union like this, but we do probably eventually. That'll come back. It always does. But now we can put in these things. What's that? Whatever Boone song? These beautiful privileges I could slot in. Please stay. Alright, but we can get universal serfdom here, which is nice. Gives us progress towards serfdom, so now we can slot in another privilege here, and I think we do want free mobility. Also lets commoners expand RGOs. We also want partial yield. So, but we could do that right now. And then I mean, maybe we're supposed to get mercenary registration as one of these. Or maybe we're supposed to hold it for the naval one. We're probably supposed to just hold on to it for the naval one. Or go, like, the mining communities or something, but I don't think that's it. God, I think we're supposed to float it. That feels awful. Alright, it's less important that we do some of these old texts. So let's just cancel them. Because now we're getting the same discount on the H2 texts. So we will go for the literacy. You have an econ or finance background? I have like enough, if I would have an associate's in econ if I took one more class, which is business calc. I've taken several econ courses. My mom also has a PhD in economics, and I talked to her about some stuff. I don't have, like, a finance background. Yeah, if we follow science, it can't be proven or disclaimed his existence. Yeah, so, like, the hard atheism claim is, like, a really hard claim to... Like, I also don't assert, in a positive sense, that unicorns do not exist. I don't claim that it is false that at least one unicorn exists. I just say I don't have evidence of unicorns, so I don't believe in unicorns. But, like, that technical, like, type of jargony distinction, I'm not gonna... When I'm talking to, like, a regular person, I'm not gonna, like, pull them into all that. Yeah. Non-academic, derogatory, yeah, something like that. Except, like, the other way around. I don't know. J34, thank you for follow. I think a lot of people who are founding of Nagazamgamu. This becomes a new capital. I think our current capital is fine, and I think we'd much rather have 20 stab than this. Hopefully this doesn't brick future content. But we can look whether it bricks future content. Does any of this require that we have done this other stuff? The lost KANEM must exist. I don't know what that means. And this is not unlocking something specific. So we'll just say our current capital is fine. It's fine, dog. Oh, it's better than fine. Where was that location, though? kind of want to urbanize it for theminess. Oh, but it's cotton. Forget about that. We ain't urbanizing that. Growing families is really nice. Another reason to go communalism. I need to like pour through kind of like all the events you can roll from values, because that's a big driver of what values are good, but like I haven't studied that, I think, closely enough. Okay, one more month, and then we'll probably kind of have everything tidied up in terms of what we're trying to do here. Let's get rid of this. Let's culture convert to these guys. Actually, let's save. Because my understanding is these guys can form Sokoto, but that might not be mistaken. Or it might be mistaken. Do you think about the god's existence in probabilistic or absolute terms? I don't think about God's existence, except in, like, an academic way. I think that, what's-his-face got it wrong. Pascal. There's a thought experiment called Pascal's Wager. And in it, Pascal argues that, look, believing in God, you don't lose anything. So even if there's a 0.000000001% chance of God's existence, believing in him helps you get into heaven, and so you should just believe in him on that basis, because the slight chance that you're wrong, you reap the rewards of heaven. First of all, this ignores the fact that a bunch of other religions look at you worse if you believe in a different faith rather than no faith at all, and so you'd have to be a probabilistic matrix of all the other religions, which one has the worst punishments for non-belief, and then also relativize that to the probability versus other religions, this type of thing. But second of all, there is a cost to believing, because that occupies some of your attention, and that's, like, a resource. And, like, when it comes to, like, the divine, I like, just, when it comes to any sort of consideration that's not just, like, an academic or theoretical or a conversation, or, like, treating it as, like, information or a theory that's, like, interesting, like I would with, like, string theory or something, I just don't think about it. Maybe I'm dumb, but I never understood what's to be so compelling about Aquinas' proof of God's existence. Like, I don't get so much reverence in philosophy, I don't understand why. Well, Aquinas wrote a lot. Aquinas wrote really, really prolifically. I forget Aquinas' God for existence, or argument for the existence of God. I know that I've read it, I just don't remember which one's which. Reinterpretations of Aristotle. Yeah, Aristotle was the philosopher. I wouldn't underestimate his proofs. Descartes had different, even wackier one, and Casualty was a big push for science and thinking. Or wackier ones, and Causality was a big push for science and thinking. Yeah, Descartes kind of wrote his own thing on skepticism, and then he's like, therefore God, at the end of it. Trade range is using Diplo, Juicy though in Diplo. Yeah, trade range is, that's kind of always what I want, but then that's like the only thing that I really want, but it is really juicy. You can culture flip, yes. Yes. We saved before doing this, so now we have less accepted culture, and then the secondary thing is we want to be able to form Sokoto, and now we can. Oh, but does this brick our content here? No, so we can also see that we don't brick our KANEM content. Right? Our KANEM Bornu content doesn't get bricked. Fantastic. As far as we can tell. Very suspicious. And then this is not that great, and then that's okay. Isn't it better to take one now and then just change to harbor later? It costs 20 stab. I believe in the cruelest god possible due to Pascal's wager. This would be... Yeah, if you think they're all equally probable, that would be the way to do it, yeah. Also, maybe you think that polytheism makes it so you believe in the most amount of gods in one go, and so you just want to believe in the polytheism with the most gods, in which case the Greek pantheon makes sense. Yeah. An omnipotent god would probably know if it was genuine worship or hedging your bets to begin with. Yes. Or an omniscient god. An omnipotent god wouldn't necessarily know. Pascal's nature and what's his name demon are super wrong. Yeah. I think Pascal's like onto something with that type of thinking, but like in the case of religion, I do think that there's a cost that he just and he argues that there's not. It's just as likely that there's some deity that'll summon you to eternal helm for believing in him or any other deity. Yeah, but it's how like religious people argue with non-religious people, where they're coming from like. It's like non-belief versus the only reasonable belief, like, type of thing. I think you might need to be KANEM, but the first 20 to 30 years of Age of Discovery should have all the good events fired. Doesn't look like it. Oh, we have to not form Sokoto, but we can flip culture. Got it, yeah. No, you're right. We probably do need to stay. Was wondering because Castile had the good estate privilege, Fuero Vieira de Castilla, but requires for unlocking seems painful. Wondering if it's worth it to go for it. Maybe, I don't know what it is. So Koto Tech is a good till Reformation anyways. Yeah, this is also a good point. We can also from here start to enforce culture. And then all of these annexes will now get plus 100% speed because we're annexing people of our primary culture. And then we'll also flip this stuff. But Pascal's wager only works if there's one god? Yeah. Well, even then, I still don't think it works because I think there's a cost to believing. I think there's a cost to belief. I disagree with his... He has two premises. One is that, like, there's only, like, one god that's you're potentially believing, and then the other is that there's no cost to believing in God. And I think both are wrong. But if they weren't both wrong, I think that Pascal may be correct. Like, or his reasoning to me seems good enough. Someone has send help in their stream title? I mean, I guess we have to raid them specifically. They said send help. Alright. We're gonna send the help brigade. I should not use the word brigade. Also, of course I lose something by believing in God. Like the ability to yoink it, guilt-free. It depends on which god you believe in, to be honest. We will also link the YouTube. And then we will respond to the last few comments. Wow, just as we got a bump on viewers on YouTube. Womp womp. Gives you time to go towards tier 2. Always aim for Carthage, but KANEM is close enough to conform Ethiopia's Sokoto as well. Oh, Ethiopia's hot. Ethiopia's maybe... Who's the yoink positive god? I think there's several. Aphrodite. Maybe. Asking for a friend? I don't know. You'd have to look into that. But we're gonna say goodbye to the Twitch viewers and send them off to help the Muscovy guy. And then we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye, YouTubers. See you later.